We finished the investigation and now we're gonna go on trial. So let's see how it goes. September 22nd, 8:45 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. And here's the defendant, Ellen, who claims she's a time traveler. And basically, we're not gonna prove her that she didn't do it, but also that time travel is false. Because I'm pretty sure this is it. Like, when we see, in mystery, in a mystery novel, mystery short stories, every time there's something supernatural involved, we manage to debunk it through silence and logical conclusions and stuff like that. Like, the last example I've seen from that was Haunting in Venice, which was an Hercule Poirot story, but it was made into a movie, like the latest Hercule Poirot movie. I think it was on theaters last year, and basically it involves ghosts, mediums, and stuff like that, hallucinations, and they try to make us think like, okay, ghosts are real, and we see proof like Hercule was in contact with ghosts, and then it was proven later on that he was actually drugged. There was hallucination, stuff like that. I won't tell a lot. I won't spoil all the plot twists of this story. It's a good story. I recommend it. It's not the best Hercule Poirot story, but it's still a good one nonetheless. So, what voice did I give her last time? Man, it's been so long. 3 weeks? Okay. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown. And I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. ... Oh! Soren! Oh! Now she cries. Soren is here. Ah, okay, so he's gonna be... Yeah, he's testifying as well. ... Do you think he came to see how she's holding up? What's she scrubbing? Oh, she grabs a frying pan. Soren, my love, you came all the way to the courthouse just to see me? Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say. Blueprints. Huh? The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are? Oh, they're in your room. 3rd shelf from the bottom on the right-hand side, Taking notes. Ah, I see. He's leaving already? Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. Is he really that cool of a person, or is that just how he comes up, I wonder? What about me, Soren? Ellen. He's back. Come home soon. I'm lost without you. Sorry! She's crying in her frying pan. Later. Then he leaves. He's not gonna stay for the trial. Okay. Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capturing a woman's heart. You should take notes on this, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Anyway, it looks like Soren isn't big on words. But it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. Mascara's leaking. She takes a tissue from her veil and she readjusts her makeup, and then she reties her corset, her girdle, and now she's back into her old self, well combed and everything. Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty, you hear? Don't worry, I'm going to do everything I can to prove your innocence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. The trial's about to start, sir. Edgeworth. Knowing him is not going to yield an inch. So I've just got to fight with everything I got and save Ellen. September 22nd, 9 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 6. Court is now in session. We see Phoenix, we see Edgeworth, we see Maya. Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor.
Where's his glasses? He just took out his glasses. Why? Okay. I don't mind. Okay.
Seeing so many familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. It makes me want to go out for dinner and a drink and reminisce with all of you.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea, Your Honor. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away.
We could make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth?
I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Still not one for light-hearted man banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law.
Guess we'll just have to have the party without him then.
Tapping his finger.
However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party.
Oh, wait. If we get a guilty verdict, he's gonna say yes? Fuck him.
I certainly wouldn't mind an invite at the very least.
He's still as emotionally constipated as ever, I see.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of this case for us. The victim was Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant in the Sprocket household.
Oh, Dumas Gloom. Yeah, I forgot. The pawn is Dumas Gloom. So I have to call him Dumas. Dumas Gloom. Sorry, I got some snacks. Those are Asian snacks. They're like corn rolls made of honey, and then I have some lobster with golden salted egg sauce flavor. It's from Vietnam. Imported goodies. Those are gonna be my snack for the day.
He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity toward Ellen Wyatt, and so a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss Wyatt with the intent to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Gloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, then the defendant might not be criminally responsible.
He's right. Worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense to avoid a criminal charge. I wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though.
The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please bring in the first witness.
So it's the lady. Oh, Emma Skye.
Please state your name and occupation, witness.
Usually when Edgeworth asks us questions, the witness never complies. Oh. I got spam a call.
Emma Skye, forensic investigator.
Oh my god, that went well.
And I'd just like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor.
Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma?
We're good friends and all this, alright? But just this once, I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution.
And I do mean that wholeheartedly.
Expect no less from you. Yes, sir. I'm going to do my very best.
Looks like you lost the popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick.
Man, I really could care less. Besides, she'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial.
Yeah, maybe you'll actually really care less.
Now, Detective Sky, if you please. Alright, witness testimony. Rundown of the case. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. Oh my god. Remember the first case? The thinker who's actually, the statue who's actually a clock? I just have that flashback. It's actually that statue, so apparently this is the murder weapon. Let me go through all the evidence once more time. It's been 3 weeks. Man, it's hot out here. 27 degrees. Celsius, of course. Sorry. So we got Ellen's pendant. She received it from a fiancé, and apparently it's the piece that went back in time to where they were during the reception. Ellen's statement: when Ellen was attacked by Gloomsbury out in the Vista deck, she saw in her dazed state a shadowy figure hit Gloomsbury from behind. She fainted immediately afterwards and thus didn't get a good look at whoever it was. Okay. So she might actually saw the real killer. Flying Chapel pamphlet, those are the blueprints. There's the cabin on the first floor. There's the elevator, and then there's the shaft. There's and the hole. Then we have the elevator and the lift. There's nothing there except hot air. The elevator goes all the way up next to the hole, and the hold shaft goes all the way up to the Vista deck. And there's an heliport inside the Vista deck. There's another room in the top left corner. It's actually the cockpit. It's not showed in the schematics because I believe it's irrelevant to the case. Then we have a top side view of the Vista deck. We have a Pega cow and a Pegapole lantern. And usually it was supposed, if I recall, it was supposed to be 2 same-sex statues out there, but I believe one of them was replaced. Like the other bull was where the victim was been stashed. Then we have the sweetheart table, and all those little circles are the guest tables. Then we have the Vista deck. Flying Chapel pamphlet, love is always in the air on the Flying Chapel, the only waiting venue sure to make your dreams take flight. After the ceremony out on the Vista deck, Sprocket Aviation mix. Majestic Pigamo mascots will light up the happy couple from both sides of the sweetheart table. Yeah, there are some lights inside of those statues. And this is the broken lantern, the Pigamo lantern in which the victim's body was found. There was some blood inside. And there was a note found near the victim's body. The writing is smudged as though written by a right-handed person. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. Yeah, Ellen was meant to be pushed off from the Vista deck. Again, we have the photo of the victim. That's why he was found. There was blood inside the left hand. And as soon as we found that this guy has been left-handed, that's going to be disproved who wrote the letter, actually. Photo of the victim. The victim's body was found collapsed inside one of the Pegapole lanterns. Scattered around his body were flower petals, a note, and broken parts of the lantern. The petals were from flowers not found inside the reception hall. Yes, I remember that those flowers, like those petal flowers over there, are from a plant that was on the... what's the name of the thing? On the hold. So they came from the hold. So they probably took the lift through the Vista decks and inside the hall. Then there's fog machines. Fog machines, they use dry ice to emit large
amount of thick fog-like vapor. It was used during the reception, as shown on this picture over there. Now we see the butler in the back. We see all the guests. And somehow Larry managed to get his card. He wasn't invited, but he managed to get his business card on one of the tables before he was kicked out. Then we have Selena Sprocket's photo. That's Soren's older sister who died. And I guess that's basically she's the reason why Soren tried to create a time machine. He wants to go back to see her. Then we have Larry's drawing. So yeah, you see that he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the window, which is actually part of the map that's been broken into that shape, and it flew because there was a hurricane. It was stormy before the reception. And then we have a picture of the hold, and we see the flowers, like as you can see over there. And then we see the two statues, the Pig-a-Bull and the Pig-a-Moo, and the flying machine. So this is where the fiancé was there taking notes, and we see the servants taking care of the dinner, of the reception. So those are all the evidence. All right, now I'm back with more familiar with the evidence. Now I can check the testimony.
The victim was hit with it from behind and was fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body, holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
Twice?
He was struck twice? That's right. There's no mistake about it. The autopsy report showed 2 injuries. The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious. Yet despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendant delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head. Okay, so he has 2 head injuries. One on the back to get it unconscious, and one to the side to break his skull. To bash his skull right in. Which means what exactly? Premeditated murder!
Yeah, okay, I see. If it's immobilized, it doesn't count as self-defense anymore. If it was really self-defense, after the one blow it had been immobilized, it would stop there. The second blow suggests that it was with prejudice.
I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way. By striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing.
She did? But how, Mr. Edward?
The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to a man who was already fully unconscious.
Nick, is he saying what I think he is?
I don't feel so well.
And thus, Mr. Wright, has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. Allow me to blatantly submit the victim's autopsy report.
And he bows. So that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual.
It's fine, right? It's not like we were going to plead self-defense anyway, right?
Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Ellen.
I'm angry right now. Naughty girl.
He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. Autopsy report added to the court record. Dewsbury's hand shows signs of being hit twice. The timekeeper was used as the murder weapon. I want to check the new piece of evidence.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your
Cross-examination in a moment. Okay, time of death between 10 and 1 in the morning. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. 1 contusion was found on the back of the head and 1 on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. Got it. So they made a match. They say that the timekeeper, the shape of the wound fits the where the blood was on the timekeeper. So there's no doubt about it that the timekeeper was the weapon. There's a secret mechanism. I don't see blood on it. Nor fingerprints. Alright, so let's press everything. Rundown of the case.
The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper.
Hold it!
Are you completely sure the murder weapon was the Timekeeper?
Yes, completely. The shape of the injury of the victim's head matches up with that of the Timekeeper. It is definitely heavy enough to kill someone with.
But would the defendant have been able to pick up and swing something so heavy?
I tried it myself, and I was able to lift it up just fine.
Maybe you're just freakishly strong?
Excuse me, Mr. Wright. I'll have you know that people on the force know me as the dainty forensic investigator.
Sorry, but really, you're hardly a delicate flower.
Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Save your antics for after the trial if you know how.
Yes, sir. It won't happen again, sir.
Moving on. The victim was hit from behind, and he fell over right onto the lantern.
Hold it!
Defendant was fighting back against the victim, right? If so, wouldn't she have hit him from the front and not from behind?
The victim must have tried to run once Miss Wyatt started fighting back. That's probably when he got hit from behind.
I see. Thus, the blow to the back of his head.
The defendant must have looked awfully scary when she was brandishing that clock.
I don't know about that. Regardless of how scary it looked, the victim was definitely hit from behind.
May I go on?
Yes, of course. Please do.
The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon.
But Tiffy hit him from behind.
Hold it!
But that's only because she was so panicked when she found the body that she tried to use the timekeeper to go back in time.
Objection!
Well, yeah, that's not gonna fly.
Mr. Wright, do you have any idea how absurd you sound?
But Miss Wyatt really believed she could travel through time with that clock.
You really should have come up with a more credible story, you know. Yes, I agree.
Me three, but it's all I've got to go on.
Anyway, under the circumstances, the only conclusion we can draw is that the defendant killed the victim. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
Hold it!
Miss Wyatt must have had a chance to escape after she struck the victim in the first time. So why would she stick around and hit him with such a heavy object again?
Well, about that. Allow me to explain. Why did she strike him again, indeed? To finish off the victim, of course. This very act clearly shows that she has every intention of killing Mr. Bloomsbury.
But Miss Wyatt would never do such thing like that.
Then let's see some evidence to disprove my theory.
Are you going to just stand there and take that from him, Nick?
I can't refute his claim head on, so I'll have to approach him from a different angle. Well, looks like we won't be going anywhere until we can refute Edgeworth's claim.
This is so exciting. We haven't taken on Mr. Edgeworth in ages.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick. Now go get him.
No need to rush me, Maya. Alright, it better start by comparing Emma's testimony with the evidence we have, and look from any glaring inconsistencies. Okay, murder weapon was the clock. Victim was hit from behind and he fell over right into the lantern. Let me check. If he fell into the lantern would cover him from its head from the blow. Wait. If the body was hit from behind, okay. I don't think this is the way to go. Like, I'm fishing for inconsistencies, but there is one, but what does that give me? You know? Like, oh, he didn't hit it from behind because it fell on his back inside the lantern. You know? It's like, where does that give me? Oh, it didn't fall straight into the lantern, it was shoved in there. Yeah, so what? That doesn't change anything. So, let's save. I'm gonna try this with the autopsy. Let's see if it works.
Objection!
No. The witness's statement is inconsistent with this piece of evidence.
Mr. Wright, would you care to tell this court what % sure you are of your claim?
Why, of course, I'm 100, well, 90, maybe 80-ish. Would you accept 50%?
Mr. Wright, I won't have such half-hearted bluffing in my courtroom. Your Honor, I recommend that the defense be penalized with 100% severity. Oh, I intend to, Mr. Edgeworth. You can be sure of that.
Yeah, guess I can't say I deserve 0% of that. Okay, so... I'm gonna try the murder photo on this statement.
Objection!
Ah, that was it. Detective Sky, I'm afraid I have to apologize in advance.
For what?
For embarrassing you in front of your idol.
What do you mean?
If you take a look at this photo of the crime scene, you'll see that the victim is lying on his back. But if the victim has been hit from behind, as you claim, then he should have been fallen over into the lantern, face down. It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it's Mr. Edgeworth's.
There does appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky testimony. Hold it! Mr. Wright, if you think I'm going to just back right down, then you're sadly mistaken.
Emma's unusually fired up today.
Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I would want to do my absolute best too.
Listen, Mr. Wright. It's entirely possible that the defendant moved the victim's body right after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right? Indeed. That was an excellent counter-argument, Detective.
You can count on me, sir.
So, what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright?
Is it possible that the victim's body was moved after he fell into the lantern? Well... he was either moved or they got hit on the head with it. Like, no. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death.
Oh, really? What makes you so sure?
One look at this here and it should become obvious. What should I point at? It's either the bloody hand or the rose petals. I'm gonna try the rose petal that's on his body.
Take that!
What exactly are you pointing at, Mr. Wright? Oh, This right here?
What you're trying to communicate is not obvious at all, Mr. Wright. But this penalty should make my feelings on the matter pretty obvious even to you.
The only thing that's obvious right now is the pain on my attorney's badge. Okay, the bloody hand then.
Take that!
No. The note?
Take that!
No. The debris right here.
Take that!
Oh, the broken bits of the lantern. Okay.
Take that!
Yes, if the body has been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off of it. But as you can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means that the victim must have been lying face up from before the lantern even broke.
You're right! But wait a minute, if that's true, then when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right?
Right, which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. If the victim was already dead before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense assert that the victim was killed before the wedding reception.
What?
But that doesn't fit with the autopsy. The reception began at 7, it says the autopsy says at 10. In short, when Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims. Oh!
Objection!
Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall from the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred changes nothing with regard of her guilt. She could have killed the victim before the reception, as you claim, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event ended.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario?
That's...
Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this had opened up a new possibility.
You explain, Mr. Wright.
Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone, somewhere, put the victim's body into the lantern.
I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have put it himself in there.
Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, if the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that he was killed somewhere else. The defendant didn't do it. He was killed some other way. He was killed somewhere else. If the body was inside the lantern, then it's possible that the body was moved along with it from somewhere else.
Oh, you're right!
You can run that mouth of yours all you want. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I do. Of course I do. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence, and it's something that was left at the scene of the crime that will point us to where the victim was really killed.
Very well, Mr. Wright. In that case, what proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else?
I'm gonna try a photo of the hold and point the picture of the flower and then the petals on the photo of the crime scene.
Take that!
This proved that the murder took place somewhere other than the reception hall. Okay. It's backwards then.
I'm afraid I can't say that I follow. That piece of evidence will help you make your point, Nick. Yet another pointless piece of evidence from a senseless attorney.
Ah, this piece wasn't convincing enough. Alright, must be something else that would be easier for the judge to understand. Alright. Okay, let's go. Point this again. Photo of the victim.
Take that!
The photo of the victim again?
Yes. I would like the court to focus on this thing right here. Ah, okay. This.
Take that!
Flower petals, Mr. Wright? These petals are from a kind of flower that were not present in the reception hall. This means that they must have got into the lantern when it was somewhere else.
And just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright?
I propose that this piece of evidence will tell us where the flower petals came from. Okay, now I present the photo of the hole.
Take that!
Alright, I was correct in my statement. I just presented my evidences backwards. Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the hole. Notice how the petals are from the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo.
Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower.
Objection!
Okay, now Edgewood's gonna present that the defendant was there as well. So, you know.
Is that really all you've got? A flower is a flower is a flower. They're all the same. I would hardly call what you presented compelling evidence. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young, so I can assure you that this is a very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love.
But Your Honor! Let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. It's not like you have anyone you actually gift any to after all. Oh, burn! But maybe you should study up on them, just in case the opportunity presents itself. Ah! How dare you! This is from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. Daisies, pansies, and roses. Oh, please. That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. The defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in the hole. If the body was then placed in the lantern and then moved to the reception hall for some reason, move to the cabin, go to the elevator, and then move into the hall, it would completely destroy the prosecution's case.
Then, you mean the body was?
Yes, the victim's body was inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love.
What?
Rubber.
Objection!
Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me.
What are you talking about now?
Take another look at all of the evidence and you'll soon see what I mean.
I wish you would just tell me already.
Detective Sky, I'm sure you already figured out what I'm talking about, correct?
Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to me, Mr. Edgeworth?
Very well, let's see what you can do. Detective Sky, please give your testimony to this court.
Okay. The prosecution's rebuttal. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There is no way it could be wrong. It's clear Mr. Bloomsbury was killed after the reception. And that completely contradicts your claim. Oh. Dry ice. Only temperature can affect the autopsy report. Okay. I need to empty my dehumidifier. Be right back. Okay. Sorry. 54. It's not good. I wish you could lower down all the way to 45% humidity. It's for King Fro Blast and it's still not enough. I guess so.
Tell me, you look at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics?
Sure. Though I must say you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth.
I beg your pardon? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimating me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination.
Very well, let's see you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright.
The victims could not have been killed before the reception.
Hold it!
There's only 3 statements. You sound pretty certain. You must have some solid grounds for making that claim, right?
Of course I do. And you're going to feel silly when I show you what they are. Ready? Feast your eyes on this!
Yeah, the autopsy report. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception.
Hold it!
I've read the autopsy report too, you know.
Then you don't need me to explain it to you, right? How there's no way the victim could have been killed before the reception, I mean.
Detective Sky, I think you've overlooked something big.
I have?
Why don't you take another look at the evidence?
But I've already looked at all the evidence, and quite carefully too, Al, you know. Detective Sky, do not be taken in by his verbal antics. He's simply bluffing, as always.
I'll show you, bluff. Come on!
Right, sir.
And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. Ah, so this is the... Okay, am I gonna present the dry ice? The fog machine.
Objection!
Yes! I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory.
Finally! That means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception
Is still entirely plausible.
Huh? What makes you think that?
The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Please take a look at this.
And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright?
It's a fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall.
And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death?
Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic.
Dry ice? Ah, yes, the super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog, right? I see, so your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold?
Oh.
Ah, Emma picks it up.
In that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception.
Order! Order in this court! Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development?
That the victim was killed in the hall before the wedding reception?
To
prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim.
Now we're getting somewhere.
The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright.
For what?
I didn't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case, but now, thanks to you, I do.
What piece of evidence? The fog machine?
To get into the hold, one needs a key card like this one.
Oh, yeah. She has one, but she lost it, and it was found in the butler's house. Yeah, entry number 34, Dumas Bloomsbury. Entry number 35, Pierce Nickety. Entry number 36, Ellen Wyatt.
Yeah, we have a record of those who enter the hold us with such key cards.
Yeah, she has the security data.
The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder.
So Ellen Wyatt was the last to use... She was last to be seen at the hole. But here it can prove that Pierce Nickety could have done it, you know? Dumas Bloomsbury comes in, Pierce Nickety comes in, kills it, and then Ellen Wyatt.
And as you can see, the last person to enter the hole that way was the defendant.
What?
So the one who moved the body out of the hole must have been...
That's right, it was none other than the defendant.
No, I think that what actually happened is that Pierce killed Dumas. He killed Dumas, shoved into the lantern, and then Ellen moved the body, unbeknownst to her, from the hole into the cabin, into the vista. Hold entry record added to the court record. Record of the key card used to accept the airship hold.
Hey Nick, take a look at this entry record. There are a couple of other names there on here besides Ellen's.
Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Pierce Nickety has also gone into the hole. Isn't it possible that he could have been the culprit?
Objection!
Sorry, but Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact if you'd like. Think me cocky all you'd like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced.
Ah.
Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body into the hole in order to dispose of it discreetly.
What do you mean by discreetly?
The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Miss Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, she's in the... For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I see. Yeah.
Look at you, sweating buckets like a rookie, even after all these years. Nevertheless, thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is... Ellen Wyatt.
Ah! Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one.
Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help in reviewing Defense for Dummies. Way to go, sir! You got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat. I wonder if maybe the promises of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to the court today.
Ha 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 ha. Okay, that was a good one.
It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away.
I guess he had a lot of stress built up.
I'll give him something to stress over before we're through the day.
Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time. Before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos
with his meaningless bluffs. I see. Mr. Wright. Are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not done. I'll throw everything in the kitchen sink. Then after that, I'll promise I'll let you declare a verdict. Why does he have to assume it'll be a bluff?
Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there.
I will. Jeez. Oh, man. Alright, let me think through this. It's no use. I don't have anything. Well, all right then, let's see. I've got it. How do you know it was Miss Wyatt who used the key card? After all, if it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean Miss Wyatt didn't do it.
Interesting. Are you able to prove this bluff to be true?
I assure you I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Well, now what?
Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who might have used Alan's key card.
You can?
Remember? The one who was sneaking around the hold in spite of not being a family member?
Larry? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered the hold with Miss Wyatt's key card. Oh my god. That's gonna be Larry. Oh shit. This trial is gonna stink.
Take that!
That's your witness? Are you saying that numbskull was on the airship? He never breathed a word about that to me.
Of course he wouldn't. That's not surprising because Mr. Nickety told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the Flying Chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave to me is proof.
Then was it he who moved the lantern with the body inside to the reception hall?
You know as well as I that with him, anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into.
I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up in this?
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school, if something stinks?
When something smells, it's usually the butts.
Exactly.
Gah! That Larry! He'll pay for this!
Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up here in the gallery. Yikes!
Bailiff! Seize the witness before he makes a run for it!
No! Why does this stuff always happen to me? Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself.
Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepares for the next witness testimony during this time.
Alright, a recess to prep the witness. Alright, so now Larry's gonna be spending 15 minutes with Edgeworth. Yikes. He's gonna regret it. September 22nd, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Wow, it's been a while since I had this much fun and excitement. A face-off against Mr. Edgeworth, a hovering tightrope works for the defense.
Sorry. Phew, I'm exhausted already. Boss! Oh, Athena, I'm here for moral support, boss! Athena, are you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sort of ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you! I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true. Which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at full speed.
Ha! Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena! Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician! Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene!
Oh no!
Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic! Come on, douse yourself in this gasoline! But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe!
Run away!
Hey, you! You're not getting off that easily!
Alright.
They get along so well, don't they? That reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearly. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget him. We have all kinds of fun at the crime scenes back then, remember?
Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right, thank you.
So Larry's the next witness, right? I can't wait to see what happens.
Sadly, I can already imagine it. Hey, shit. Sorry. September 22nd, District Courtroom, Court number 6. District Court, Courtroom number 6. Yeah, Loris is here.
Court will now reconvene.
Larry, Nick! Hedgie! The two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you?
No, not the both of us. Just Mr. Wright.
Nick, how could you? I thought we were friends. I don't really think he did it, of course, but I'm gonna use whatever leads I can. Mr. Botts, there's a possibility you moved the lantern that had the dead body in it. So if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. ... He's sweating with beady eyes.
Now then, your testimony please, witness.
Nick is a jerk face. That's the name of his testimony. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk! How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship is over. That's it. Phoenix, ... Judge, ... Maya, ... Edward, say something. ... Him too. Okay, back to Judge.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. It's all yours. Cross-examine that.
Why me?
Well, you're the one who's called into the stand, so it's your responsibility.
Thanks, old chum. Can't any of you show me a little respect? Even just a shred?
You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright, for what it's worth.
I would if there were any testimony to cross-examine. There's nothing. There's literally nothing. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk. Objection.
Hold it!
Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with? Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection! And super smug look on your face. Oh, he did a nice objection right there. He did the pointy finger and everything. Yeah, well, that is my job. And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You're a heartless jerk! Don't you have any compassion for me? How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Objection. Since middle school.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss Wyatt that entered the hole with that card, then you're the most likely suspect. Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your old childhood friend? Well, technically, yes. But it isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick! Nick! You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine! In that case, get this, pal. Our friendship is over. Objection. Larry, listen to me. Shut up! I'm not talking to you anymore. ... There. This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. Exclamation mark. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Watt will be found guilty. Is that what you want? For real?
Judge, if no new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real.
Not that I would have a problem with that myself.
Oh. Larry, ... Larry? Just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hole and move a lantern up to the reception hole? I never move any bull lantern, I tell you. Who said anything about it being a bull? How do you know that? Bull lantern, huh? What? Did I say something weird? Well, you told me that you didn't attend the wedding reception. Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall! Yeah, so what? Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom even mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. Now, how could you know that it was a bull lantern? You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone could tell they were too peggable by looking at the Flying Chapel pamphlet. All I can tell right now is that there's a strong sense of bull in the air in here. Please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Anyone could tell there were two pegables by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet, and here lies the objection. Because even the pamphlet says it's a peg a cow and a peg a bull.
Objection!
I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a peg a cow and a peg a bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Eh? But on that day, instead of putting a peg a cow and a peg a bull out for the bride and groom, there were two male peg a bulls on display. So, somehow, you knew there were two peg a bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you would know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the peg a bull to the reception hall, wasn't it? Ah!
No! Larry, you didn't! Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall?
That's what it looks like.
What?
Exclamation mark. Rabo. Hold it! Wait, Nick! You don't think I'm the murderer, do ya?
Maybe you and Mr. Bloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt and you ended up killing him?
Maya, not you too! Look, I did sneak into the reception, but that's as far as it went. You know me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure, but some of the Sprocket men caught and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. But that's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Ixnay on the aerodactyl, Larry.
Mr. Wright? Not even you would think this farce that far, would you?
We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? Nah. He's an accessory unwittingly, but no, he's not the true culprit. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury.
Hey, shoo!
Sorry.
After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and tried to elope with her.
Just because I tried to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer! Thank you. Bless you. I believe you, Larry, and I don't think you killed anybody either. You would never do anything like that. Nick, old buddy, old pal. I knew you would come through for me. Funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now that we were through.
Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth. Understood?
Something better to work with. Come on. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. From the hall, he went down to the cabin, went to the hall, and do the swap. And put it into the hall. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. Oh! There was a note on it that says, exchange with the one in the hole, signed Ellen. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
So you switched the lantern before the reception, did you?
Okay, so now the prosecution's gonna say that he moved the lanterns on their behalf. So she could have still killed her, but instead of incriminating herself, she would use Larry as an accessory. Then that means
the victim really was killed before the reception.
broken lantern updated in the courtroom court record. The lantern in which the victim's body was found, Larry wheeled it from the hole to the reception, all before the reception began. Okay, so the cow was broken, and he swapped it with the other bull. Or, no, it was the other way around. No, it was two bull. Was it two bull?
It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme.
Looks like a bull. I cannot see the other one. Scheme? What scheme?
This note from the defendant, exchange with the one in the hole, signed Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lanterns with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note, and thus he had become a suspect in Mr. Gloomsbury's murder.
Oh, that second lantern did feel pretty heavy, but I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. Wait. The first lantern broke, then they swap it with the one who had the body. But I thought the one that the body inside was a broken one. What was a note like that doing on the lantern in the first place? Hold it! Hold it! You got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply to remind her because I can be very forgetful.
Objection!
What a sorry excuse, Miss Wyatt. The prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, You played right into Mr. Wyatt's hands.
No way, Edgy, I don't believe it!
Objection!
Do you still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth?
Of course. My stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination.
Gladly.
Very well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Cross-examination. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern.
Hold it!
Why didn't you tell us that sooner? Because I knew you guys were gonna be suspicious of me, that's why! We're suspicious of you now because you tried to hide it.
My thoughts exactly.
Well, now I've told you. Happy now? So how about letting me go? No, not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out. Fine! I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken.
Hold it!
The lantern you swapped up was a female pigamoo. A cow, right? Yeah, I guess. Why did you replace a female lantern with a male one? Because I was too busy trying not to get caught. I didn't have time to check for little details like that. Sorry. If you didn't want to get caught, you could have just left well enough. You could have just left well enough alone, you know. Whatever. Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern, I saw there was a note on it that says exchange with the one in the old, signed Ellen.
Hold it!
That note wasn't addressed to you, was it? Well, I guess not, but how could I let my dear sweet Ellie do all the hard physical labor on her own? It's precisely that thought process that constantly gets you in trouble, Larry. Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
Hold it!
Nobody saw the whole time while you were switching the lanterns? Nope, I didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway. Not that time? Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time, there's CGI picture of Larry getting captured by 5 security guards. I didn't have much left. Those sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help. And then they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking me about? What are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is that statement of his important to the case? Yeah? Mr. Butt's trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in the cabin. I believe this might be important facts in this case, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony.
I tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in the cabin.
Hold it!
So you got locked up. Then what happened? I broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt. But hold on a minute.
What is it, Nick?
Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry is saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin.
That's right. Oh, wait. Huh? You're right. Doesn't make much sense, does it?
Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness statement?
Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butt moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this. He moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. Will that contradict the old entry record? There's the photo of the hole. Yeah, the photo of the hole, we see the cow and the bull. And both of them seems intact. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Let's see if I'm correct. I'm gonna try this.
Take that!
And in what sense did that piece of evidence contradicts with the statement?
It doesn't contradict it at all, does it?
Indeed.
Ah! Oh, don't mind me, Your Honor. It looks like I just made a tiny mistake. That's all. Oh, okay. It's not... Okay, that mistake doesn't give me a penalty. It just brings me back into... So I'm gonna press it again. I'm gonna present the old entry record.
Take that!
No?
Hold it!
So what could it be then? I'm gonna try this.
Take that!
Is that?
Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. What? Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in the cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. He swapped it twice? In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place.
That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? But Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Which was it? Before or after? There's a world of difference between the two.
Well, Mr. Butts, I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. Oh, is he gonna talk about the time travel? Or maybe there was no time travel, but there were actually two receptions. If time is linear, Bloomsbury would have been killed after the end of the first, before the second. Then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. So it was both before the reception and after the reception. Get it? We went back in time to before the reception. So of course the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why I said makes perfect sense.
Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment? I'm not aware since I saw him last.
Well, none of the sprockets seems to remember the time skip, but I do. And Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen.
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand?
So now I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing? Go on, Nick. I know you can do it.
Looks like you don't have much choice, Nick.
To heck with it. Can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. The defendant, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Bloomsbury. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so, she went back in time 3 hours. Time apparently rewound itself to just before the reception began.
It what?
I know it's hard to believe, but think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Botts experienced time travel.
What?
Rabble, 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 nonsense, gibberish, rabble, 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 hokum!
Objection!
What absolute rubbish! Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind?
Objection!
But this is simply the conclusion I came to, using that logic of belief you love so much.
What?
The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So, what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if that's one of Sprocket's Aviation's top secret inventions?
A time machine?
Yeah, I even saw something while we were time traveling. It saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for their honeymoon trip.
What? A pterodactyl?
Objection!
You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story.
Well, I do not.
Well, there you have it. As I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry.
Hold it! Not so fast now, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know.
Oh?
You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here. Another photo. Oh, now he has a smug look on his face with a pointy finger. This is the photo I secretly took of the first reception.
What?
What? Larry! I can't believe you! Well, anyway, good job. If we compare the photo of the first and second reception, we can find the difference. Then we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice.
But do you really think such a difference exists?
Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you.
This is preposterous! Very well, please show the court what's different then.
Alright, what we see on the new picture. This is proof positive that winning was being held twice. Wait. Oh my god, the fucking bouquet! she had red roses on the first and yellow on the second. Are you for real?
Take that!
Please direct your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she's holding a red bouquet.
You're right! That's impossible!
What does this mean?
It means that the defendant really did experience two wedding receptions. And she did that when she traveled back through time.
What?
Nick! You did it! You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true!
Oh my god. Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. It's just as Ellen said, the reception was out twice. This turned every assumption we've based this trial on upside down.
Objection!
Okay, Edgeworth's got something.
I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There is simply no such thing as time travel.
I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth?
I bet sci-fi movie push all your buttons the wrong way, do they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling, "That would never happen," every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from movie dates altogether.
That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about.
But the proof is clearly shown in the two photographs.
That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how inexplicable.
Fine. I'll entertain your absurd delusion, if only to demolish it before your very eyes.
What?
Let's start with this then, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has ever mentioned such a thing.
That's because the time machine is classified
Objection.
technology.
I'm not done, you bird brain!
Bird brain?
As I was saying, if the entire family has been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too?
That's a good point.
Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright.
Even still, how do we know that the trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photo that it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I would be a little disappointed, frankly. I was going to go back to the old days and...
You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. I've read about it in various literature, you see. And they all say that time travel is just not logically feasible.
Well, it is possible, but only one way. And it's in the future, not in the past.
Maybe your argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick.
Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test?
Excuse me?
The wedding reception was out twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. Simply because the reception was actually been out twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation?
Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright?
If time travel doesn't exist, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is... everyone at the reception, Bloomsbury, or the gods. I'm gonna try Bloomsbury. Mr. Bloomsbury!
And how exactly did a dead man orchestrate such an event? And more importantly, why?
Well, it was to make it look like Mr. Sprocket had been successful in his research.
What are you asking me for? Besides, none of the other people interviewed thought that he had succeeded in accomplishing time travel.
Your Honor, could we rewind time by just a teeny bit? Oof, okay. The other two answers does make even less sense.
Nope. Sorry, but nope.
I'd better rethink this quick before I lose any more time. So if it's not somebody is everyone at the reception. What if all the guests at the reception conspired together? That makes even less sense. To hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it.
What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing?
Well, is that Pierce? Somebody's clapping.
Ha ha ha! A brilliant deduction defense.
Yeah, Pierce is here.
I can tell that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say, I underestimated you.
How so, Mr. Nickady?
You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all to the light of day.
Then that means...
It was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice. But not because of time travel. No, we simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Oh. Takes a handkerchief, washes his monocle.
To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen would have killed Bloomsbury after the first reception, experiencing a reception one more time, she wouldn't think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime.
Are you saying most of the guests attended to receptions without knowing why?
Indeed! They needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and so do it they did. That is the Sprocket way.
Then who hid the body in the lantern?
We did. But we did not anticipate the pedals finding their way in, nor the action of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There's just one thing everyone here was wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold. It was the Vista deck.
What? That Miss Watt recollection of the event must be correct. Yeah. The shadowy figure who came behind Bloomsbury was actually where the murder actually happened. Then it was put from the Vista deck to the hole, and then from the hole to the reception hall.
I admit we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Bloomsbury is undeniable.
This is quite a turn of event.
Question mark? Hehehe.
And so it appears we have arrived at the truth at last.
Now.
Please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on!
Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth.
I bet you can't do it!
I bet I can't either!
Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim.
It's possible that this third party is the true culprit.
Objection!
You still want us to believe the defendant's words? Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. This third-person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, as you know it, and you know it.
Objection!
But, by the same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something.
You never know when to quit, do you?
No, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further.
Very well, Your Honor.
Phew, that was close.
Mr. Nickety, as for you and your cohort's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one.
Understood, Your Honor.
Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned. See you tomorrow.
To be continued. Do you want to save? Yes, I want to save. So there's going to be another day of investigation and another day of trial, and then that's going to be the end of the DLC, which is why I relieved that we're going to finish it today. September 2nd, sorry, not 7th. 1:48 p.m. Right Anything Agency. Oh, the real Matan Guard is here. Excellent. Thank you for the new follower. Question I asked to all my new follower: what is your favorite pop culture geek fandom? Like favorite video game, favorite genre, favorite type of music, favorite movie, favorite comic books. Anything is on the table when it comes to this game. But judging from your name, I believe that it's going to be your big, strong, die-hard Phoenix Wright fan. And I can go by with it. So this is my hello, blind pizza guy. You're here just in time for the second day of investigation. We're at the DLC. We managed to hold our best, and we're trying to prove and disprove at the same time that time travel is a real thing, but it was actually a conspiracy, and the reception was being held twice. And yeah, apparently the Sprocket family and the butler was in on it. It was a big conspiracy, but we need more information. Alright, I really like Will Wood and the Tapeworms, but Ace Attorney is certainly up there. Oh! Interesting. Interesting. Well, so glad you can join us. What? This is Athena coming back from Trucy's show. So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception? Looks like it. I think I remember the Dragon Do, especially Ember, she says. Yep. Wow! 2 wedding receptions! Can you imagine? I wonder how much that must have cost them. I have no idea. But if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up, if you ask me. You got that right. I'm sure I would have been completely fooled.
Hi, I'm back.
Hello, Maya. Are you all set to go?
Yup, ready when you are. So, what should we start with?
Let's start with reviewing what we learned at the trial. What Ellen thought was time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us was actually all true.
So what really matters right now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said she saw while she was being attacked.
So who is this mystery person? That's the million-dollar question, I'm afraid. But if we want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is key. I think I'll take toilets for 200 instead, please, Mr. Wright. This isn't Jeopardy. Toilets for 200. Okay. At least there were only so many peoples on that airship that night. And we know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up plot was too, so that's good. You mean the groom, Soren Sprocket, right? Exactly. He might know something that could help us out. Yeah, Jeopardy reference. Okay. So then what am I doing here? Okay, so question mark, so who's there? Larry. So then what am I doing here? I'm a very busy man, you know. Well, all of the other people involved are Soren's family members. So you're the only unbiased witness here, okay. I thought I'd better start by interviewing you, even if I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth. Oh man, I have a really tight schedule, but heck, what are friends for, right? Okay pal, go ahead, ask me anything. You do remember it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? Okay, so let's check the new pieces of evidence since you last saw stream, Alex. We have 2. Well, one of them is not in the court record, but it's quite important as well. We have the autopsy report. Gloomsbury's head shows signs of being hit twice, and the timekeeper was used as the murder weapon. The time of death was September 20th, between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. So from the timeline, we suggest that it was after the reception. But we've proved that because of the dry ice used by the fog machine, it could have messed with it could have kept the body cold and messed up the real time of death. So with that piece of evidence, we proved that he was killed before the reception. So the time of death is irrelevant. Cause of death: cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. 1 contusion was found on the back of the head and 1 on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. So those 2 wounds shows that it was premeditated murder and not self-defense. Like, if it was only 1 blow to the back of the head, the first blow said, okay, it was rendered unconscious. If we could have ruled for, you know, Ellen, self-defense, since even the prosecution admits that Gloomsbury was attempting to murder her. Like, that could have been justified self-defense. That would have alleviate the charges. Like, being hit only once, rendering consciousness, she would have fled. But the second blow to the head, the one that killed him, proved that it was premeditated, with extreme prejudice. So, self-defense is ruled out. So that's why we've been indicted with murder. And then we have the hold entry record. So this is a record of the key card used to access the airship hold. There are no timestamps, but they were in this order. Dumas Gloomsbury came in first, then Pierce Nicody, and then Alan Wyatt. And as you remember, I believe that she lost her key card and it was found in the Sprocket mansion. So anybody could have took it. And also the fact that Larry admitted that he sneaked in and he moved the statues because there was a note on it that says exchange them. He did it once during the first reception. Then he got caught, locked up in the cabin, and then came out and did it again because it was the second reception. Like the pterodactyl that he saw on the window, which wasn't a real pterodactyl, mind you, was proof that he like that he thought it was time travel, which doesn't make any lick of sense. So there you have it. So this is all the progress that we have. So now we start with asking him about the incident. I want to go over exactly what happened when before I step outside this office again. Since you were there, Larry, do you think you could help me get it all straight in my head? If I gotta... Okay. So, the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? Yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in the cabin. It was awful, I tell ya. Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred after this first reception at around 10 p.m. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Gloomsbury. He forced her out of the Vista deck onto the Vista deck and was just about to kill her. But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury instead. To cover it up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy's claiming anyway. But I know my Ellie didn't do it! The key point here is the mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Gloomsbury just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious skulking around that day? Nope! Not a soul. That means it's one of the staff. Because I was locked up in the cabin at the time! But you managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hole, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope! The place was completely deserted. I guess because that Pierce Butler guy had everybody gathered together somewhere. That makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. So clearly, the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. They must have gotten everything ready fast, and had the second reception soon after that. Then, after the second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body in the lantern I brought up. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened? We still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself. We'll just have to look into it, along with the identity of that mysterious person. The cabin. So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in the cabin. Did you see anything unusual while you were in there? In the cabin? Well, let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual. Oh, right. That drawing of that pterodactyl you saw, air quote. What's with all the air quotes? I really didn't see it, I swear. But Larry, time travel thing never actually happened. Which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky. Oh. Are you dotting the eye of a super popular picture book hoarder? No, I'm just sure you saw something else and mistook that for a flying reptile. Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw. Larry's drawing updated in the court record. A drawing Larry made. He probably mistook something for what he claims is a pterodactyl in this picture. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder. That's right. All I can say, and I can say that with every confidence. Oh wow, would you look at the time? I'd better go, I have a book signing to get to. A book signing? Whose book? Mine? How dare you? Whose do you think? It's mine, of course. It's a Laurice Donim book signing. I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not! They're the ones coming around to beg me! Looks like I guessed right. Anyway, I have to go. So he's blowing so hard on that pipe, there's a little ping pong ball that comes out. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, alright? 10? That's very generous of you. That's not necessary. No, please, I only want 3. What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. Just put them down as office expenses or something. Will ya? See ya! Wait, Larry, we don't need... Ah. He's gone. I'll take your copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed. Oh boy, Trucy's not gonna like this office expanser quote.
There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick?
Right, we should really hit the street now, huh? How about we go see Ellen? Sounds good, boss. I bet I can cheer her up. I thought you were going to help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena. Weren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall.
On me? Really?
Trucy sure is an important source of income for our agency, you know. You can leave the case to us, so you go ahead and run along now.
But boss!
Off you go, Athena.
No! I don't want to die!
We better get going too, Maya.
Okay.
Alright, so we're moving out. Detention center, mooring dock, and foyer. Let's see if I can examine everything again. Yeah, I can examine everything in the room.
It's Charlie! Hello, Charlie! His britches are handsome as ever.
Charlie seems happy to see you too, Maya. His leaves are greener than usual today.
Well, he looks super healthy.
We always make sure he's watered and well cared for. And by we, I mean Athena and Trucy. Here's the statue. A trophy.
Whoa, it's one of those zigzag cabinets for dividing a person into trees. I've never seen one in real life before.
It's one of Trucy's magic props.
Oh, let's try it out.
I don't know. It's probably dangerous to get in that thing if you don't know how it works.
Oh, come on, Nick. Just hurry up and get in there already.
Why am I the only one on the chopping block here? That Larry guy and something else. Yes, indeed he is. Oh, you have a new pineapple pizza emote. Interesting.
So, are you thinking about a new look, Nick?
What are you talking about?
That red jacket.
Oh, no, that one's Apollo's. Wait. But he's still in Karain. Oh, that's Apollo's.
Maybe you should wear a little red every once in a while. But, it's not really your color, is it? Then again, you never wear anything but blue, so why not give it a try?
It's a global one, but I thought I would steal it. Ah, okay. Oh, it's one of those global emotes. No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Here you go, Nick. Put it on.
Like I said, it's not even mine. It doesn't even fit me.
These are all your case files, right?
Yes, and there's private information on my clients in there too. So no snooping.
What's this? Perfecting teleportation magic?
Huh? Trucy must have swapped out my files for magic books. Yeah, there's some magic books mixed with all those case files.
Come to think of it, you used to be a pianist, right, Nick? So play something for me!
No, I'm not really good enough to play in front of other people.
Can I play then?
No! No way! We'll get complaints from the hotel next door.
No fair!
Pouts.
It's just a glorified show-off if nobody plays it, you know.
Yes, it is. So we have a picture of old Zach Gramarye. Here's a flying spaghetti prop.
Oh, there's all kinds of interesting stuff here, like these hoops.
Maya, that's not a hoop for hula hooping, you know. It's
a hoop used for levitation magic, right?
How did she know? Okay, we're done. Let's move for real. Detention center. Yep, Ellen is wiping the window. She's still working. feel like Maya may be much better participant than Athena. Well, Maya was always a good assistant when it comes to comebacks and stuff like that. But when it comes to a trial, I would rather have Athena any time of the day. Because Maya is just throwing ideas outside of the box, whereas I'd rather have a moon matrix. It's more useful. So, September 22nd, Detention Center Visitors Room. Oh, my poor sweet Soren. I wonder how he's getting along without me. Hello, Ellen. Oh! Frank Pan. Oh, Mr. Wright. What's going to happen with the trial, do you think? Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry up and find this mystery person you saw just before you passed out. Aaron? You think that person could be the real killer? What is she ironing? Her own dress? I don't see what she's ironing. It's quite possible, and if we can prove that, we can clear you of all charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Soren is right now? She's usually busy with meeting all afternoon, but he should be home by evening. Oh, wait, she's ironing underwears. Not hers. Those are striped boxers. Where did she find those? She's in the detention center. She's carrying dirty laundry. And she's hiring Soren's briefs. I think I'd better go have a chat with him later then. Why am I being treated into a view of someone's underwear? Mr. Wright, don't tell me... Back to the pan. You suspect my sweet Soren? Well, he's not innocent. He is the one who masterminded the second reception after the time skip, air quote. So I thought he might be able to tell us something. How could you, Mr. Wright? She's banging the pan with the ladle. You can't possibly think my Soren would never kill anyone. Alright. Just calm down. Stop banging your pants. This is not a protest or anything. It feels like in 2012, like people were protesting in the street, and to make some noise, they bring pots and pans to bang. I remember that. It was quite epic at the time. No! Not if you're accusing my Soren! Please, I'm not accusing anybody, so please... Put the pan and ladle down, alright? Really? Cross my heart. So for now, would you mind if I ask you a few more things about the case? Okay, now she's composing herself. Okay, now she has the bouquet and her hairs are well adjusted. I didn't hear anything about that one, but I do remember they bring a New Year celebration with pots and pans. Yeah. Well, those have been Canadian news. Like, I don't think those were international newsworthy. It's not like in 2011 when there were some government overthrow in the Middle East. Like, I remember there were some detector that had been shot. Like assassinations and stuff. Would you mind if I ask you a quick question about the case? I better be careful not to provoke her. Alright, Soren. Could you tell me about Soren? There's nothing to tell. He's squeaky clean. Alright, okay. Maybe I should avoid the topic of Soren right now. Let's talk about something else then. Fine, but you won't hear a peep out of me about Soren. Talk about pulling teeth. Okay, let's talk about Pierce Nickety. Could you tell me about Pierce Nickety then? Pierce, he came to Sprocket Manor about a year ago. As the family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household. Only a year ago, did he have some kind of special connection with the family? I'm just a maid, so I'm not privy to such thing, I'm afraid. It might have been Soren's order, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. Yeah. He's the one who's really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. He must have had quite a bit of authority in that family. But no matter how good he is at his job, how could anybody gain that much influence in a single year? I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler. Wouldn't that explain it? Is it really as simple as that? Time travel. What you thought was time travel was actually just a cover-up carried out by your in-laws. Pierce said Soren was the one who ordered the whole thing. I still can't believe it, even if the second reception was fake. Soren would never use time travel for something like that. He's very serious about his time machine research, you know. Oh, that's Alan, sorry. He's very serious about his time machine's research, you know. I heard there's a reason he's researching time machine, actually. I heard there's a reason he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes he could change. But isn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic? I don't think so. After all, Soren said real time travelers do exist. Really now? You think he knows someone who actually traveled through time? That's right. I haven't seen it personally, but Soren said as much. So I believe it. Somebody who actually traveled through time, huh? Pretty hard to believe. Thank you, Ellen. You're going out to do your investigation now, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Please make sure you don't cause Soren any trouble, okay? I'm afraid I can't promise you that. What? She's got hit by the bouquet. Her hair's a mess. She's about to cry. Please, whatever you do! She takes back the frying pan again. Please don't upset my poor Soren any further! I'm begging you! I'll do my best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble. Oh, I couldn't bear it if Soren ever came under suspicion. I'd rather be found guilty myself. Yikes! Ellen, please don't work yourself up like this. You don't want Soren to worry, do you? She's gonna blow her nose with her veil, adjusting her makeup, removing the mascara, tied up her girdle in her hair. No, you're right. And the floodwater recedes once more.
So what do we do now, Nick?
Well, Lennon said Soren is usually in meetings until the evening, so let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the mooring docks and figure out our next move from there?
Roger, Nick!
Alright, let's move to the mooring dock. September 22nd, Sprocket Park, mooring docks. So, where should we start?
Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We already investigated the reception hall and Sprocket Manor.
I know, we haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet.
Oh, you're right. We still got some pretty important places left to examine, don't we? The Vista deck is the actual scene of murder, right?
And the lantern with the body in it was stored in the hole. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in those locations.
Do we know how to get to the hole?
Good question. I think it was labeled in that diagram of the airship in this pamphlet.
There it is!
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I want to examine the map. Oh, it says it's already checked. It's checked, this is checked, this is checked. Alright, so we're gonna move. Move to the hold. Alright. September 22nd. Flying Chapel, hold. Now I see 2 identical cows. A wedding cake. Catering tray with a basket full of the flowers that we found on the body of the victim. And then there's some sort of a big steamy engine with gears rotating. Then we see a sign that says Vista Deck up. And we see the lift, and there's a lever that that can be pulled, and we see like the treads where the floor goes up from. So this is a lift that goes from the hole to the Vista Deck. There's a bells hanging on a pillar, who's tied up into an arch with flower bouquets on both sides. And we have a suspended Da Vinci style flying apparatus, but it seems to be modified. It looks like a design from Soren. So this is the hole. This is where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. We better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb.
Hey, Nick! Weren't we supposed to need a key card to get in there?
Oh, you're right. I wonder why it was unlocked. Question mark. How's it going, Mr. Wright? This must be Emma. Yeah.
How's it going, Mr. Wright?
Emma, what are you doing here?
Well, just a little independent investigating for my own sake. Gotta keep the mind sharp.
Ah, so the door security system was turned off for the police investigation. We would like to investigate the hole ourselves. Would that be alright?
Yeah, sure. The police just finished their examination anyway.
Thanks. We'll just take a quick look around then.
Oh, right! You should know that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise it up to the Vista Deck. The police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. But if you do go up to the Vista Deck with the lift, be careful not to fall off.
Yeah, there are no guards. Got it. Thanks.
That goes double for you, Maya.
Yes, ma'am!
Well, let's get this show on the road. Alright, let's examine the place. So this is the airship's engine. It's pretty impressive.
And it's all rhythmic, like a heartbeat. It's the literal heart of the flying chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning round and round and round and round and round.
Thought about inaccessibility, I wouldn't enjoy that ship very much at all. Yeah, yeah, you can fall. Yeah, if you stay on the edge, you would fall. Yeah, just stay in the middle. Like it's quite a huge lift. It's probably 20 feet square, 20 feet by 20 feet. So if you stay in the middle, you'll be fine. But the lever is on a corner. It's at the corner of it. So if you stay behind the lever, you're gonna be fine. You're never gonna fall off. While it moves. Once it's on the Vista Deck, you're fine.
Oh, I think I'm gonna get dizzy.
Yeah, me too.
You spin me round, round, baby, round, round.
These must be the dishes and glasses they use for the reception. Very fancy. I bet we'd be in big trouble if we broke any of them. I just found it interesting that it's open like that. Yeah?
Oh, I wanna see, Nick!
You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them. Yes, make popcorn, Misty. This is gonna be interesting.
Nick!
Pout.
You think I'm going to break them, do you?
Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case.
These are the flowers we saw in Larry's photo.
The petals make them look like little gears. Oh, you're right. Now that I looked at him, the petals looks like gears. 5 large petals make 1 circular gear. I'm stuck in bed with a cold, so some popcorn would be nice while I was watching the stream. Oh, that's nice. Well, I hope you get better. Believe you me, I've been there. I was bedridden for 2 days. I missed some days of work. The perfect flower for the Sprocket family, huh? Maybe they were going to shower the couple with the petals?
You mean kinda like how people throw rice or confetti?
Yeah, like that. Only these were found at the scene of a murder instead. Oh look, there's the lever to the lift Emma told us about.
Let's try going up on it. I'll go flip the switch. Here goes nothing.
Wait, I'm not even on it yet. Oh shit! Hey Maya, stop the lift! Stop the lift! The lift is around 5 foot thick, and there's a trickle of blood that goes through all that edge. There's blood on it. Yeah. So the body was on the lift. So yeah, the murder happened on the Vista. So the murder happened on the Vista deck on that floor. Yeah, that's not good.
Whoops, sorry, I got a little carried away.
Never mind that. Move over a little.
Okay.
Is that blood?
Blood? Let me see.
Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's blood?
Well, this lift goes up to the Vista deck where the murder took place, so I think that's the most logical conclusion.
Yeah, when he fell, the blood trickled down onto the edge of the lift. So if they managed to wipe off the blood on the floor, they couldn't even manage to fathom, let alone see the blood that came from that was dripping from the side. So yeah. But I thought the victim was clubbed to death and that there wasn't much blood. Yeah. Something tells me I better take a picture of this. Lift bloodstain added to the court record. A bloodstain that was found on the side of the lift in the hole. It's unknown whose blood it is. And it's also 2 days old. I should ask Emma about it some more later. Yeah, we're gonna ask Emma for analysis. Maya, can you bring the lift back down now? I think we're going to find that maybe the murder weapon was something completely different. Well, the shape of the wound matches where the blood was found on the timekeeper clock. Like, the way that stain has been presented, it feels like it's been trickled down. Like, this was the floor where Gloomsbury fell. And yeah, they could have removed the blood from the floor and forgot that was dripping on the edge. That could have been an oversight. Easy to miss too.
You got it. I'll go flip the switch again. There.
You see?
Done.
Oh, I just realized that's the heliport. The floor, it says there's the H sign. So yeah, it makes sense. The Vista deck is the heliport. They land the helicopter on the heliport, and then with the lift, they brought it down inside the ship. I want to find out some more about that bloodstain. They couldn't see the blood coming out from the side from where the flows was because, yeah, it was on the left. Yeah, it was on the edge. Like, when the murder happened on the Vista deck, blood fell on the floor, but as it drips down, gravity would make it fall where the crack is, between the cracks. The only way we can figure it out is also if we can see the ceiling, basically the inside of the floor of the Vista deck, if we see blood over there as well. That's the way to confirm that the murder actually happened on the Vista deck and not on the hold. Otherwise, the blood would be on the inside where the 5 feet of floor where the lift would rest in. So that's the best way to say where exactly the murder took place. Like, it could have been the Vista deck, but it could have been the hold as well, because the murder scene can go up and down. I want to find out some more about that bloodstain, but for now I guess we should go up to the Vista deck and take a look around the actual crime scene for ourselves.
The view must be great from up here. I bet it'll be awesome.
You mean it would be if it wasn't the scene of a murder?
Okay, to the Vista deck we go. Make sure you actually get on the lift this time, Nick.
I know.
Okay, I'll just flip the switch again and away we go.
I don't want to go there yet. Ah, man. No. From that angle, I cannot see the blood. Now we're outside.
Wow, look at the gorgeous view.
Yeah, blue sky. So this is where Ellen was attacked and Mr. Bloomsbury was killed. Yeesh. One wrong step and it's splat on the ground below.
Should we go investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge?
Well, I don't see much of anything over there. The police investigation didn't turn up any clues either, so maybe we don't need to?
Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you, Nick?
Of course not. Come on, let's go back down and finish checking out the hold. Thank you. I want to check the birthday cake. Not the birthday cake, the wedding cake.
Oh, it's a cake, Nick! A cake! It's so big they wouldn't miss one little piece, would they?
If you're that in the mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure, knock yourself out.
You mean it's not real? Well, sure fool me. We're so ready to have some of that, I'm really craving cake now. Come on, Nick, let's go get some!
Maybe after the trial is over. So it's a 4-layer cake with some pillars. It's all pink. And apparently it's made of styrofoam. It's basically just a prop. And there's a chandelier. It looks like there are some fingerprints on this candelabra. Yeah, it's been held as a weapon. Or maybe not. The cake is a lie! Yes, the cake is a lie. Yeah, I just gone dusting that. I was able to put a set of a left-hand prints. You know whose prints they are? Yes. The prints belong to the victim, Dumas Bloomsbury.
Nick! I just figured out something amazing!
You did?
Get this! If the fingerprints on the candelabra were from his left hand, then Mr. Doom and Gloom must have been left-handed. What do you think of that? You have the making of a great detective or what?
You're a real silly Sally if you thought that deduction was in any way encyclopedic. Hey, you're pretty good, Maya. I looked into it myself and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed.
Really? I got it right? Awesome!
Good for you, Maya.
Good for you? That's all you got to say? Pout!
I think you did a really great job, Maya. Way to go. I guess one can never have too much info.
Now you're talking.
But come to think of it, this candelabra isn't in the photo Larry took off the hole, is it? That picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right?
The candelabra must have been brought in there sometime after that, then?
During the second reception, but he was already dead. What? It's still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. It's better add it to the evidence file, just in case. Candelabra added in the court record. Candelabra from the hole bearing fingerprints from Gooseberry's left hand, which is his dominant hand. Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright. No, wait. Let me check. I want to check something from. Was the Yes! The candelabra was shown on the picture of the second ceremony. They were on the tables. They are on the sweetheart's table. Sorry. And they are on the guest tables as well. So that picture is from the first. They were from the first reception, and then they got... Okay, wait. Yeah. This is odd. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright, you can have this fingerprints powder if you like. The first reception doesn't have those. Well, I used to have a picture of the first reception, but it's not in the court record. Like, Larry has it. He kept him as a proof that time travel existed. And the only proof that we have that that there were actually two receptions was that the bouquet were different colors. The first reception had red flowers, and the second has yellow. You're giving this to us? Sure. I have 4 of the sets. Thanks. I feel like there's something more to the candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. What's that? A wedding bell?
According to the pamphlet, it's used on the Vista deck during wedding ceremonies to bless the newlyweds.
I guess they disassemble and store it away here in the hold when it's not being used. Okay, here's the flying engine.
Oh, look, Nick, it's an airplane!
I wonder if Soren built that one too.
Why don't we take it for a spin? Just a quick tour around the neighborhood.
And who do you propose is going to pilot that wooden death trap?
Me, of course. Who else? Don't worry, I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times.
I think I'll pass. I still got my whole life ahead of me. Maya thinks she can fly those things. Okay, now I can see so there are 2 male Pegables lanterns in the reception hall. That must mean that these 2 are female Pegacow lanterns.
Larry got their 6s mixed up when they replaced the one in the reception hall, huh? Didn't he see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring, if you ask me.
And yet he managed not to notice. Like a glider? Not really. It's like the very first model Leonardo da Vinci drew. It looked like a bird. Like there's a cockpit, there's a broomstick, there are glider wings, and there's a landing gear, but that cannot be retractable. Larry being Larry is why I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime. Like, it's not a glider because there is a propeller with, in the front.
Mr. Wright? You know that lantern the victim was found inside of in the reception hall? I'm just about to go piece it back together so the police can examine it.
Oh, okay. We'll stop by for a look too once you've done fixing it. Is there anything else? Okay, now we're gonna present Emma with the bloodstain. Emma, about this bloodstain, doesn't something about it strike you as odd?
What's so odd about the victim's blood?
That's not exactly... There's just something about it that bothers me.
Now that you mention it, I can't say I necessarily disagree with you.
Maybe I should talk about this some more with her. Alright. The incident, the candelabra, and the bloodstain. Okay, I can talk to Emma now. Any progress with your investigation?
Nothing conclusive yet, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up, so it's hard to know who or what to believe.
I know what you mean.
Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's going to be a tough trial for you.
You're telling me.
There isn't much time left, so I just got to make do and see what I can turn up.
Candelabra. Emma, can we check out this candelabra a little more?
A little more? What do you...
Oops! What happened?
I almost dropped the candelabra, and the candle slipped off.
Aha! The candles fell, and there's some needles inside the candelabra that we can stab the candles with to keep it in place. One of them is broken. Well, let's be careful with that. It might be important evidence.
Wait a minute.
Now what?
One of the pins that holds the candles is broken.
What?
There's definitely something fishy about this candelabra.
There is? What makes you say that?
Call it forensic investigation intuition.
Alright.
We already dusted this for prints earlier, so let's test this with luminol this time.
Knowing Emma, she would use every test she has at the same time if she could.
Just hang on. This will only take a second.
I hope this turns up a new lead somehow. Well, Emma, did you find anything?
Take a look at this, Mr. Wright.
Yeah. The part of the candelabra that was broken reacts. What is all that blood doing on there? Candelabra updated in the court record. The candelabra from the hole bearing fingerprints from Gloom's very dominant left hand. Traces of blood were found on it. So, Gloomsbury killed somebody with this?
Maybe somebody got hurt while they were setting up for the reception. These pins are pretty sharp.
But if one of the pins is broken, it means there was some force involved. Do you think maybe somebody got stabbed?
But nobody reported anything like that.
That's quite a bit of blood. I wonder whose is it? If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. Bloodstain. About this bloodstain.
What about it?
There's something about it that's been bothering me.
Oh yeah? What's that?
Well, there's a huge bloodstain on the crime scene left and the bloodstained candelabra. Now, this is only a guess, but I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source or different sources. Oh! There's a cover-up murder. Somebody else died. I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source.
I guess that is a possibility.
Can we compare the two bloodstains? Would that take a lot of time?
Are you kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. It'll be done in a jiffy.
Alright. If there's a match, I want to see who it belongs to.
And the results are in? That didn't take long now, did it? It seems that the blood from the lift and the candelabra are from the same person.
Lift bloodstain updated in the court record. So whose is it? Candelabra updated in court record. Candelabra from the hole bearing fingerprints from Bloomsbury and same with the same blood found on the lift. Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't all that much blood. Oh! There's blood on the dominant hand of the victim. So the murder happened when he was killed. If this isn't Mr. Bloomsbury's blood... Well, this is just a guess, but what if Mr. Bloomsbury stabbed somebody with a candelabra pin? That would explain both the huge blood stain on the lift and the blood on the candelabra. Oh my goodness, if that's true, then that means there was somebody else present at the scene of the murder. It does, doesn't it? This just might substantiate Ellen's statement about a third person. Emma, could you have this blood analyzed?
Sure thing.
A mysterious blood stain on the candelabra with the victim prints on it. This just might be the thing to back up Ellen's memory of being at the scene of third person. Next up, the reception hall. Might be worth taking another look at around it there.
The reception hall? The forensics team is in there investigating right now.
They are?
Well, we don't have much time to sit around, so let's go check out something else.
Good idea. We could go question some people. Especially Soren. I have quite few questions for that guy.
Sounds good, Nick.
Off to do some legwork then.
Yep, I thought we'd head to Soren's house for starters.
He was accompanying the police on their investigation here earlier, but he's probably home by now.
Great, thanks. Later, Emma. Alright, so we're done here. Let's go to the foyer. September 22nd, Sprocket Mansion. Foyer.
I still can't get over how gorgeous Sprocket Manor is.
Just don't touch anything.
I wasn't going to.
She was definitely going to. I was told I had guessed. Yeah, Soren. Thank you for seeing us, Soren. We know you're busy. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the case if you wouldn't mind. Soren? You're Ellen's lawyer, right? Yes, that's right. Don't tell me he doesn't remember me. Will Ellen be found guilty? We're doing everything we can to prevent that. That's why we're here investigating. Will you please tell us what you know? Write something down. Soren? Alright, fine. What was that pause all about? The cover-up. It was you who gave the order for that large-scale cover-up plan, is that right? What large-scale cover-up?
Don't play dumb with us! You held 2 weddings reception in order to try and cover up Mr. Bloomsbury's murder!
Ellen thought that through the power of the timekeeper you built. She traveled back in time. So that's why there were 2 receptions. Wait, does he seriously not know why the reception was out twice? Looks like I'll have to delve deeper here. Time travel. So the cover-up scheme, that fake trip through time, you're not the one who was behind it all. Pierce Nickety stated in court that you were the one who ordered it to be carried out. Pierce said that? Oh, I see. I live in charge of everything around me. So whatever you decide is, in essence, my decision too. Oh! So I take it that you didn't know anything about the cover-up. That's none of your business. But you were in 2 weddings reception in a row. And still you claim to know nothing? I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave. But Soren! Right now the Cyclops aren't reacting, so I guess he's telling the truth. He's not hiding anything. Yeah, he's folding a paper plane and he throws it at us. Ow!
Oh, there's something written on this paper plane. Let's see. Go away.
doesn't get clearer than that, huh? He's playing with an airplane made out of a pencil. He's holding he's looking especially uncooperative, but maybe I can grab his attention somehow. There's still that one piece of evidence I don't know much about. It's worth a try. Okay, they want me to present something? Okay, so let's use the sister. Sis, I'm sure your sister would want the truth of this case to be known. How rude. Is intruding on the private lives of others a part of your job as a lawyer? Oh, I apologize. I guess showing him the picture of his sister wasn't such a good idea after all. Okay, let's try with the candelabra. Soren, have you ever seen this before? That's... oh, is rapidly pressing the button on his pushpin pencil. Very fast, and the little lead point comes out of the pen, and then there's another one that comes out, and then it falls, and then another one comes out, it falls, and it goes on the loop like this. So he's removing the lead from his automatic pencil. That's... Soren, what is it? Nothing. Why did his whole demeanor change all of a sudden? He's gone pale as a ghost too. Yeah, it's one of those mechanical pencil. Yeah. Thud! Soren, you fell!
Nick, look at his stomach. He's bleeding.
Oh, shit! Gloomsbury stabbed Soren? And he hid that injury all this time. Somebody help! Soren's collapsed.
Master Soren!
That's a maid. Get him to the hospital, quickly now! A relative.
Poor Soren, that must be one serious wound. What is it, Nick?
Well, when I showed him the candelabra, his whole demeanor changed. So I was just thinking that maybe his injury is...
what's this?
It's Soren's notebook. Yeah, he dropped it on the floor. He must have dropped it in the rush to get him to the hospital.
Oh, his notebook, huh? I wonder what's written in it, don't you? Come on, you know you want to take a peek.
Soren's notebook, what to do? Yes, take a peek. I feel guilty snooping around in somebody's personal notebook, but maybe we should take a little look-see. Whoa, it's filled with big words written in tiny letters. I guess he uses this notebook to write down his invention ideas. Huh?
What is it? Did you find something?
After March 8th of last year, the content of this notebook changes dramatically.
Like how?
Well, ever since that date, Soren's been writing down every detail of his life, as in every detail of his life.
Maybe he decided to start keeping a diary?
But this is way too detailed to be an ordinary diary.
Either he's really compulsive, or maybe he's just plain forgetful.
No. On March 8th, he lost his sister, and that changed him forever. Is it really as simple as that? I feel like something happened on March 8th that made Soren change.
Well, why don't you let me take a look at that, and I'll tell you.
Maya, let go or we'll rip it.
Oh! No, look what you did! You dropped it! You should have let me take a look!
How is it my fault?
Oh no, Nick!
Ah, it fell into that pool of Soren's blood. Now the pages are stained with Soren's blood. I can't read a thing on these 2 pages now.
Uh-oh, you're gonna get it now!
I get it really is my fault after all. Let's just put it away carefully for now. Can't let anything else happen to it, you hear? Soren's notebook added to the court record. A database-like notebook that chronicles the event of each day in minute detail. I want to keep reading. Soren has been writing nothing but ideas for his invention in this until March 8th for last year's, when he abruptly began to chronicle the event of each day in excruciating details. However, details of the day of the murder has been rendered illegible by a bloodstain. Ah, fuck, the good part too? It fell on the good part. No.
Hey, look, there's something sticking out of the notebook.
RAL company air dies in crash. Yeah, this is how the sister die.
Looks like a newspaper article.
Storytelling. Yeah. It's about the car accident Soren's sisters died in. It happened on March 8th. Wow, wow, wow. That's the day Soren's notebook completely changed. Oh, wow.
What else does it say?
It says the driver at the time of the accident was Dumas Gloomsbury. Bam, bam, bam. It says Soren was in the car too and that he had sustained severe injuries. It's just like Pierce said. Soren completely changed after the accident. Newspaper article added to the court record. Okay, I want to keep read that. Clipping of the newspaper article detailing the car accident that resulted in Selena Sprocket's death. So Gloomsbury was driving the car when they got into that accident. Vehicular accident on March 8 led to the death of Soren's older sister. Soren was also in the car and suffered severe injury. Gloomsbury has been the one driving. Oh, okay. Gloomsbury was the driver. They got into an accident. She got killed. But could you say it was Gloomsbury's fault? Could it be the other driver, you know? It's just that Soren might have made him responsible. And then there was a fight. And then Gloomsbury defended himself. Then he stabbed him. And then he planned to kill the other one. And then I'm still convinced that Pierce did it. Pierce did it to protect the couple, to protect the young master, because it was attempted murder on him, you know? Very well, it could have been Bloomsbury, because we already know that he tried to murder Soren, so that he tried to then... Oh, you think that on March 8th, Bloomsbury make the car crash into an accident to try to kill them both, and then try it again during the wedding when he was... But why wait 6 months? That's my question. I'm pretty sure he would have had a better opportunity to kill him, you know? That opens up the distinct possibility of Soren holding a grudge against Bloomsbury.
You think Soren could have?
I don't know. It's not like I have any proof. I think so, yeah. That's what I would think. But then I just have to see how it plays out. Yeah. So, there's two ways. Soren did it, and Pierce covered it up. Or Pierce did it and covered everything up of his own volition, since Soren seems to be too lax. Like he's not he's the head of the company, but he's no manager. Like he's too much deep into his own ideas to orchestrate anything, you know. We should talk to Pierce about this when we return Soren's notebook to him. Though he doesn't seem to be here right now. Maybe he's at the Flying Chapel. Can we examine the room? Check. Oh, this is new. Aha! Come back to hear more about my camera, have you? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm really busy right now. Oh, what a shame. Well, if you ever want to talk about cameras, come back and see me anytime. Sounds like even his own family members don't want to listen to him. I feel like he's definitely in his own world. I'm sure the accident probably had something to do with that. Yeah. Definitely. Most definitely. Oh, here's the yellow bouquet. This is the bouquet from the second reception.
Hey, Nick! Better watch out or you'll be cursed by the bouquet of woe!
Oh, come on, Maya. Like, I'm going to believe an urban legend you just made up. Alright, we're gone. Let's go to the mooring dock. September 22nd, Sprocket Park, mooring dock. I'm sure Pierce is around here somewhere.
Ah, Mr. Wright and Miss Fay.
There he is. Hello, Pierce. We're just looking for you.
I'm sorry for Master Soren's sudden departure earlier. You have my sincerest apologies.
It was totally understandable, really. But shouldn't you be at his side right now?
It's fine. The other servants are with him, and I'm in constant contact with them.
Oh yeah, the little robot.
Do not forget to give him his pain medication, and be sure to keep him hydrated. Also, see to it that he is not up and about. He needs complete bed rest.
Is this what happened when you're too rich for normal peasant phones?
I must return to Master Soren now, but did you want something of me?
Actually, here's Soren's notebook. He dropped it when he collapsed. I hope Pierce doesn't notice the blood stain.
Oh, thank you very much for this. I will see to it personally that Master Soren gets it back.
Thank you. Soren's notebook given to Pierce.
I trust you did not look inside.
Apparently, they have all their work done by a little remote control robot. Yeah, I forgot the name of the little robot, but it's like a little R2 unit. Like, it's a communication device, and it's a tool. Of course not!
Because it is filled with numerous patent-worthy ideas, you see.
Look, I know you're busy, but would you mind if I ask you a few questions about the case? He's looking at the pocket watch.
Well, as I said, I must be getting back to Master Soren.
It had a name, but I don't remember it either. Yeah, it's in the previous stream.
So if you could make it quick, I would greatly appreciate it.
Alright, I'll make this as quick as I can. The cover-up. I would like to ask you about the cover-up you tried to pull off, if you don't mind.
I told everything there is to tell in court already. Disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket family reputation is simply a part of my job.
Sounds like a lovely job description.
I have nothing more to say on the matter. I will say I do not think it's wise to spend time on topics that have already been discussed.
Right. The accident then. Pierce, could you tell us more about this accident?
Where did you find that? And did I not already tell you about that accident?
You did, but you conveniently left out one crucial detail. The fact that Dumas Bloomsbury was driving the car at the time. Takes a handkerchief from his breast pocket and wipes his monocle clean.
Oh, did I not mention that? I suppose it simply did not come up then.
If Mr. Bloomsbury caused the accident, why didn't the Sprocket family fire him? Wouldn't that usually be the natural consequence of such a huge mistake?
Please don't misunderstand. Bloomsbury stayed on with the family. On Master Soren's request.
Huh. What?
That is the type of person Master Soren is.
See a picture of Soren right now?
Perhaps it was the influence of Miss Selina's kind nature. She was such a sweet person that even in her last moment, she thought of Master Soren.
Not only did Soren not hold a grudge against Bloomsbury, he insisted on keeping him on. Now I really don't understand how that guy's mind works. Selina's last moment. So you were present for Selina Sprocket's last moment?
Yes, in my professional capacity. The accident happened on the way to a certain party.
What kind of a party was it?
It was Miss Selina's engagement party.
She was getting married as well? But for some reason you're holding her pocket watch for some reason.
Bloomsbury's injuries were minor, but Miss Selina's and Master Soren were critical. They were brought to the Sprocket family's regular hospital.
Wow, to have such a terrible thing happen on to what is to be a day of celebration.
Thanks to the surgeon in charge, Master Soren pulled through. But Miss Selena, she...
Phoenix, The last word Miss Selena said to me were... Please help Soren.
Ever since then, I've attended Master Soren and tried to help him in any way I can.
I see. Selena's fiancé must have been devastated.
Indeed. The shock of losing Miss Selena was so great, he quit being a surgeon.
He was a surgeon? Wait, so the surgeon who tried to save them both, was he?
Yes, he was Miss Selena's fiancé.
What a terrible tragedy!
How awful. So where is her fiancé now?
Good question. I wonder that sometimes myself.
So Selena had a fiancé.
I would like to find out more about him, but I doubt I'll find him anytime soon. So are we done here? I'm afraid I must be going.
Could you please just tell me a little more about Soren?
There is nothing more to tell.
I can't seem to get any real answer out of him just by asking him a question. But there is that piece of evidence I still don't know much about. Maybe I'll be able to tell me something about it. Okay, so... the newspaper article, we took care of that. Have I read this? Yeah, I read this already. This got juicy, okay. I'm gonna present the candelabra. That doesn't seem to work. Peace. Oh, have you ever seen this candelabra before?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Oh! A level 3 Cyclock. My Magatama reacted. Pierce must be trying to hide something from me. I have to break those Cyclocks and find out what. Sorry, you're not gonna go off the hook.
Take that!
Pierce's secret. Pierce. You're hiding something from me about this candelabra, aren't you? Handkerchief, white monocle.
It is one of the candelabras from the Flying Chapel, is it not?
Is there something special?
Is there something special about it?
Actually, yes. There's some blood on it, you see. I think the blood might belong to this person. Soren.
Take that!
Soren has a rather nasty wound on his body, doesn't he? That's one.
Yes, Master Soren is indeed injured.
Are any of the other people involved with this case injured?
Not as far as I know.
I see. Then let me ask you this, Pierce. Do you suppose Soren could have been more directly involved than you're letting on?
What in the world would make you think that?
Oh, I've got my reasons. Mr. Gloomsbury's fingerprints were found on this candelabra stem, which leads me to believe that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed Soren with it.
You cannot possibly think Master Soren is the one responsible for the murder.
I don't have any conclusive evidence of that at the moment, but I do think he had a motive. This proves that Soren has a motive to kill Mr. Gloomsbury, the car accident.
Take that!
Even though it was an accident, Mr. Gloomsbury was the man responsible for taking Soren's sisters away. And that's two. He's still calm. Wow. Poker face.
Let's suppose that Gloomsbury did stab Master Soren with the candelabra. Can you prove that it has anything to do with this case?
He might have been stabbed at some other location for some other reason. Sorry, but I can't prove it was related to this case.
Really?
Soren's stabbing and Mr. Gloomsbury's death are definitely connected.
Are they now?
This is the piece of evidence that ties Soren's injury to Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. The lift bloodstain.
Take that!
A bloodstain was found on the side of the lift that goes between the hold and the vista deck. Its blood matches the blood that's on the candelabra. I obtained the results straight from the police, so I can assure you this information is correct. Pierce ... This blood stain on the lift indicates an important fact. It shows that the murder was in the reception hall. Soren was there during the crime. Bloomsbury wasn't there. Soren was there during the crime. Soren's blood is on the lift, which can only mean one thing. He was there, wasn't he? Soren was at the scene of the crime. Pocket watch. You are very astute, Mr. Wright. It appears I cannot hide this from you any longer. Very well, I will tell you everything. And that's 3. Unlock successful. Pierce's secret. Could you tell me about Soren's injury? Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmise, Master Soren was stabbed by Bloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Bloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Bloomsbury. That is when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. Even though Master Soren was badly injured, he went after Bloomsbury. So Soren really was at the scene of the murder, wasn't he? Yes, that is correct. However, by the time Master Soren arrived at the scene, Bloomsbury has already been murdered. So Pierce is saying that Soren was at the crime scene, but that he didn't have anything to do with the murder itself. Huh. Even still, why did you try to keep such an important piece of information from me? I'm very sorry. Master Soren's injury and Bloomsbury's murder were not directly related. So I decided not to mention it, so as not to unnecessarily complicate the investigation. Pocket watch. Now then. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I really must go now. Please excuse me. Thank you for your time. And he leaves.
Pierce should have just told us everything in the first place and saved us all a lot of time.
Yeah, but I guess it isn't that simple for him. He is the family butler after all. Sure didn't make our job any easier though, did he? At least we learned something new. Soren was at the scene of the crime.
That's true. One step forward is better than none. So what next, Nick?
Let's see. The forensics teams might be done investigating the reception hall by now. Let's go check it out.
Sounds like a plan.
Reception hall. There's the maid wiping the window. The bowl is still there. Yeah, more decorations. Looks like the police are done with their investigation in here. I wonder if it's okay for us to take a look around now. Question mark? Oh, hi, Mr. Wright. Emma again!
Hi, Mr. Wright.
Hi, Emma. Would it be alright if we investigate in this room now?
Sure, the police are done, so go for it. Oh, remember that broken lantern? I restored it to perfection. I have to say, it's some of my best work.
Sounds like the repair job was a resounding success. Thanks, Emma. We'll take a good look at it, too.
Well, I have to getting back to the station. Try not to mess the crime scene if you can help it.
We'll be careful.
I'll be seeing you.
Bye, Emma, and thank you.
Well, shall we get started? Let's examine the place. There's a maid. We cannot interrogate her. Windows. We check this. We check... Oh. Oh, this is... There's something shining on where the... Oh. I can ask the maid here.
It's another beautiful day outside, isn't it?
Yeah, if only it wasn't the scene of a murder, we could really enjoy it.
True.
It must be tough for the maids to have to work on a beautiful day like today. Oh, we don't mind. Whoa, I didn't think you could hear me way over there. We don't think of it as simply cleaning. It's more like we're wiping away all of the sadness stuck on this airship. Wow, talk about devoted. There's something shiny on the stand where the timekeeper was. Let's see what it's all about. This is where the murder weapon, the timekeeper, was displayed. Oh, it's a winding key. Guess it's in police custody now. Oh, what's this? A key?
Let's ask the maid about it.
Good idea. She might be able to tell us something. Excuse me, could I ask you a question? Oh, of course. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about this key? Oh, it's a key that starts up the timekeeper. A startup key? That's right. Oh, the first startup of love ceremony was so beautiful. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was. Key of love added to the court record. A heart-shaped key used to activate the timekeeper. First startup of love ceremony. So it's true that that Ellen's necklace is part of the timekeeper as well. So does that mean that the key belonged to Soren, and then when they put those two items together, the timekeeper activates? What exactly did that entail? Oh, that wedding was so beautiful, even the cake was in tears. It's a ceremony in which the couple activated the timekeeper together for the first time. I suppose it was kind of like a cake cutting ceremony. And what are these symbols of their love you mentioned? Well, that's kind of an industry secret, so I can't really say. I'm sorry, I'd better be getting back to my work. Looks like there's an order from above not to talk about it. Okay, here's the sweet out table.
Hey, I think that table clock is new. They must have changed it since yesterday.
Huh? How can you tell?
Because the food stains that were there are now gone.
Should have known it's because it's food related. I guess we checked out everything on interest in this area. Okay. Let's check the bowl.
Nick!
What's wrong, Maya?
This hasn't moved an inch since the last time we looked at it.
Well, no shit. That's how it's supposed to be. Would be pretty creepy if it had.
Look, we're in the middle of an important investigation.
Oh. Look. We're in the middle of an important investigation, so try not to shout, okay?
I was just hoping it had changed somehow. You know, so it would be more interesting.
The last thing we need is for things to be more interesting. Now that's interesting. That tablecloth could hold some very interesting clothes. Okay, are we done with this angle? I guess we are.
Yeah, we're done with this angle.
Ah, this is the patch bowl. It's been held with black duct tape. There's another maid brooming next to it. Here's the broken lantern all patched up, and I do mean patched. Latex Beach was supposed to be clues. Yeah, I knew it was clues, but it was funny that it came out as clothes. The tablecloth holds very interesting clothes. Oh, so the outside, look, the outside hat latch is stained with blood.
Emma said it was some of their best work, so I know she put a lot of effort into it.
Was pretty smashed up. Must have been a lot of work to piece it back together. She gets an effort at any rate. Ah. Yeah. This wheel handle on the back has some blood on it. Looks like somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Looks like it's Soren's blood from Gloomsbury's hands.
Maybe the blood got there when the killer was pulling Doom and Gloom's body inside? Do you see anything else worth noting?
Well, there's another one of these lanterns over there. So it might be a good idea to really compare the two later. Broken lantern updated in the court record. The lantern in which the victim's body was found. Emma restored it, but something about it seems off. If I recall, on the other bull, the silver wheel handle was on the inside of the bull. So when Emma assembled it, it must have put the handles wrong. Yes, because on the unbroken peggable lantern, the outside wheel handle is copper color. And this is the one that Emma restored. I wouldn't say they look exactly the same, more that they're made up of the same parts. Yeah, she put them on backwards. Yeah, wait a minute. So... did Gloomsbury hid himself inside the Pegapole on purpose? I think there's something
off about this Pegapole.
Just about everything about it looks off to me.
Not quite sure what it is, but some details isn't quite right. Show me the restored lantern again.
Hey, I know, it's this, right?
What? Where?
The thing about the restored lantern that's off is the shape of the horns, the angle of the wings, the color of the wheel handle. It's the wheel handle. It's a different color altogether. Yeah, the inside is silver. Emma got the inside and outside wheel handle switched around.
Oh wow, you're right. And there's blood there on this handle, as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand.
Right, which means that the blood got on the handle from inside the lantern. Broken lantern updated in the court record. Restored lantern. There's a blood stain on the inside wheel handle, as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand.
Do you think the blood got there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern?
It's really hard to say at this point. Let's talk to that other maid.
Excuse me, is the fog machine really ready to use now?
No, I'm afraid not. We only put dry ice in it when there's an actual reception.
I see. That's too bad.
She still wants to blast me with a cloud of smoke, doesn't she? So there's another replica here. Sorry. So everything from this angle has been found. So let's go. Oh, there's another maid over there. She's doing nothing. Hey, take a look at that door. I wonder where it goes. Yeah, it's an emergency exit for some reason.
Shall we open it and see?
Wait, don't open that, please. It's the emergency escape hatch. It leads directly outside. You're a fault to your death.
Phew.
That was a close one, huh, Maya?
I'll say.
That's it?
Phew.
Well, I think we checked out everything relevant to this case. Question mark. What are you two doing here? Wait, what are you doing here? Soren is looking for something. Soren, you shouldn't be resting in bed. You're injured. How do you know about that? Never mind. My notebook. Have you seen my notebook? I can't find it anywhere. My notebook. I need my notebook. He looks very anxious. He's sweating bullets. Like, he looks exactly like Bilbo when he thought he lost the ring. And it turns out it was in his breast pocket this whole time. What's the matter with him? My notebook! Master Soren! And there he is. Master Soren, I told you to stay in bed! My notebook! Here you go! You check the notebook. Yes, this is it. So Soren gets emotionally unstable without that notebook of his. He's gonna found. Phew! Looks like he's calmed down now. Wait, is that why he wrote his whole diary? Because he's not sure about his existence. So when he recalled everything that he did, he feels relief for some reason. Oh my god, he's gonna find the bloodstains. Soren, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? No! I cannot allow you to do that. What if his wound were to open again? He needs to rest. I guess you're right. Now, if you will excuse us. Master Soren, let us retire. Alright.
There they go.
Pierce is right. I guess he really isn't in any condition to be questioned.
Well, let's go back.
Let's go back to the agency and sort through what we learned. Okay, I have a feeling that Athena is going to be useful on the second part of the trial because Soren has an obvious trauma. And right now, Maya cannot do shit as a legal assistant. Let's go back to the agency and sort out what we learned. Alright. Fuck. We're really done here. I want to check something else. If anyone can figure out, Athena can. Yep. Yeah. So basically, the only thing that was there was the emergency door. Alright, we're done. Alright, let's go back to the agency. Write anything, agency. We're back. Anybody here? Athena's here. Hi, boss! Athena, I thought you were with Trucy. I guess you could say that I'm taking a short break. But enough about me. What about the investigation? Did you find out anything? Well, turns out that the third person Ellen says she saw at the crime scene might have been Soren Sprocket. What? Really? I always thought he seemed suspicious. Thing is, by the time Soren got to the Vista deck, the murder already occurred, apparently. No way! I don't buy that! Not for a second! It's a cover-up! A cover-up, I tell you! That's certainly a possibility. And as a lawyer, it's certainly a possibility you have to pursue. But what? It's your job, right? So pursue the heck out of it! Just do it! Yeah, but is that really what's best for Alan?
Soren could be found guilty if the truth comes out tomorrow. But if we don't pursue this possibility, Ellen could be found guilty instead.
Oh man, either way sure doesn't spell out happily ever after for the two of them. So what are you gonna do, Mr. Wright? Can't let an innocent person get convicted. So I guess all I can really do is pursue the truth. Even if it ends up devastating Alan. What a tough call to make.
Still, there's always a chance, right? Maybe something will come up during the trial that will save their marriage.
I hope so, I really do. Well, Maya, let's go.
Break the news to Ellen, you mean?
Yep. Mr. Wright, please take me with you. Yes.
I bet I could help you, Counsel, and undo this piece of bad news. Athena. Yes. I appreciate the offer, but don't you have somewhere else to be? No. Do I? No.
Athena! What are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you! Come on now, let's get back to practicing!
No! Wait! My body can't take it anymore! Boss, you gotta help me! A lawyer always keeps their promises, Athena. But boss!
If you bail on me one more time, Athena, I'm going to use a real blade on you!
Sorry, Athena, but somebody's gotta do it. Better you than me, though. Hang in there, kiddo. Come on, Maya, we better get going. Alright, detention center, visitor's room. Hello, Ellen. How did your investigation go, Mr. Wright? Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Was Soren with you when Mr. Gloomsbury attacked you in the reception hall? I'm sorry I kept it from you. I was afraid that it would come under suspicion if I told you. So I kept quiet about it. I'm really sorry. I see. I thought it was probably something like that. Listen, Alan. I'm afraid I have to make a very difficult decision based on what I found out. What kind of decision? This is very hard for me to say, but the mysterious person you saw at the scene of the crime was most likely Soren. What? In other words, in court tomorrow, I'm afraid I have to propose the possibility that Soren is the true culprit. No! Soren is innocent! No! Don't you see? If I don't try to pursue that line of thought, you'll be found guilty. No! No! Crying into the frying pan. Please, Ellen, calm down. Soren can't be found guilty! I would much rather I be found guilty instead!
Alan! You can't let yourself think like that!
But, no!
Marriage is for life, right? Do you really think you can run away from the truth and still be happy with him?
You're not married, so how can you possibly understand? Sometimes you just gotta do whatever it takes to make things work. It's all about compromises.
But, Nick, you talk to her.
Hey, don't just dump this all on me. Mr. Wright, I'm innocent. And Soren is too. So please, prove our innocence in court. I'll certainly do everything in my power. I just hope she doesn't lose control like this in court tomorrow. To be continued. Alright. Save your current progress. Yes. Save complete. Next chapter. So, the second day of trial. This is where the big decider. So, September 23rd, 8:50 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Sorry. So, the one thing we found out yesterday is that Soren was there at the crime scene. I only hope I can get some testimony from him that will get to the heart of the matter. Mr. Wright? Good morning, Alan. Look, I'm afraid you might not like the result of today's trial.
Nevertheless, don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route. Soren is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead. Alan, please, try and get a hold of yourself. No! Okay, she's composing herself. I believe in Soren with all my heart. So how dare you doubt him?
Regardless of which one of them is found guilty today, it's going to be devastating for Alan, isn't it?
We just have to do everything we can. That's the best we can do, you know. The trial's about to begin, Mr. Wright. Alright, let's go, Maya.
Yeah.
September 23rd, 9 o'clock a.m. District Court, courtroom number 6. Day 2, court is now in session. All rise.
Court is back in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Let's see now. Where were we?
In yesterday's session, we found out about the Sprocket family's conspiracy to cover up the murder of Dumas Gloomberry in the second reception. Taking advantage of our collective shock, the defense, as usual, made a nonsensical claim. Namely, that there was a third person present who struck the victim.
Objection!
Hey, don't try to make it sound like I made it all up. The defendant herself made a statement about the existence of a third person, and further investigation only proven her statement to be true.
Then I presume the defense intends to focus on proving the identity of this third person. Is that alright with you, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed, Your Honor. In fact, I predict that the defense will, most likely, attempt to name Mr. Soren Sprocket as the true culprit.
How did you...
The driver during the accident that killed Mr. Sprocket's sister was the victim. Therefore, Mr. Sprocket has a motive to murder Mr. Groomsbury. That's what you plan to assert, is not Mr. Wright?
Well, thank you for saying it for me, Mr. Edgeworth. Am I that transparent?
I mean, come now, Mr. Wright. Did you really think the police would uncover this information? It's a newspaper clipping. That information is public.
Congrats on getting it in one, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hold it!
But... You're wrong! Soren didn't do it! He's innocent! Miss Wyatt, please. He's innocent! I tell you! He's innocent!
What is this, Mr. Wright? I thought your claim about the existence of a third person came from the defendant.
It did. This is just a minor hiccup.
Did you not discuss your strategy for today with the defendant, Mr. Wright?
Starting off on the wrong foot again is seriously cutting into my lifespan. Sorry.
It would appear that the defense is in disarray. Therefore, the best way to clear things up is to ask Mr. Sprocket himself what happened.
Can he testify? Was one day of rest enough for to heal his injury? I mean, it was pretty deep. Like, at least 6 inches deep.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Soren Sprocket to the stand.
What?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring Mr. Sprocket to the witness stand.
There he is. Brown shoes, brown pants, fingerless black gloves, holding his notebook.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Writes down in his notebook. Yeah, he has to write it down. turns the page. Is he gonna throw it to the judge? He throws the airplane to the judge.
Oh! There's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Soren Sprocket, Managing Director of Sprocket Aviation. Mr. Sprocket, please give your answers in words and not in paper airplanes.
No. I can't talk to you, Your Honor. I'm playing with my pencil airplane. No.
Now then, Mr. Sprocket, please tell that doubting lawyer there what really happened at the time of the crime.
No. I'd rather play with my paper airplane. No.
Well, Mr. Sprocket?
Fuck you, Edgeworth.
Come on, Mr. Sprocket!
All right. Jeez. Edgeworth got his angry eyes now. He's very, very mad. You want me to talk about what happened when the crime occurred? In other words, after the first wedding reception. Okay. I can resume it in 2 words. Fuck you. There. And the statement. Goodbye. When Ellen and I were in the reception hall, right? Not even the power of the court can stop him from marching to the beat of his own drum, huh? What Soren remembers. I was stabbed by Dumas in the reception hall and I collapsed to the floor. The next thing I saw was Ellen and Dumas on the Vista deck. I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck. But when I got there, Dumas was already... I don't want to believe it, but it must have been Ellen. Nothing else makes sense. Wait just a minute here. You actually think Miss Wyatt killed the victim? That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen. This is unbelievable. How can you suspect your bride, the woman you love? I love my company more. I'm pretty sure I made that statement obvious since the beginning, you know?
Objection!
The truth can be cruel. Can it, Mr. Wright? Miss Wyatt, you must be very upset. Is there anything you wish to say?
She's shocked. She just dropped her bouquet.
No, I can't believe this. Soren, I thought that at least you would believe in me.
The best way now to show your love for your groom is to admit your guilt and try to atone.
Soren.
Hold it!
Mr. Edgeworth, I haven't even cross-examined the witness yet. Quit picking on the clearly the straw.
Yeah, that's so not cool, Mr. Edgeworth.
A court is where we seek the truth. And the truth is unyielding, even to the truly pitiful. Mr. Edgeworth, I find it distasteful to make a lady cry.
What?
A2, Your Honor?
So what are you going to do, Nick?
If the third person Ellen saw on the Vista deck was Soren, then we have to prove Soren was there at the time of the murder. I don't see any obvious inconsistencies in the testimony, but we have to push forward. What Soren remembers. I was stabbed by Dumas in the reception hall and I collapsed to the floor.
Hold it!
Please tell me everything you can about when you got stabbed. After the reception, Ellen and I was enjoying a moment alone in the reception hall. Then Dumas appeared and stabbed me. He grabbed Ellen and the timekeeper and left the reception hall. Did Mr. Gloomsbury say anything at that time? I don't remember. After I was stabbed, I was immobilized by the pain. I see. The next thing I saw was Ellen and Dumas Dumas on the Vista deck.
Hold it!
Okay, I can see the contradiction here. Because we didn't find the blood in the reception hall. He was most likely stabbed on the Vista deck. The Vista deck, huh? But it was nighttime then. Could you really see them in the darkness? The moon was out, so I could see them clearly. From the looks of it, Dumas was trying to push Helen and the timekeeper off the side.
So you saw the defendant about to be thrown off the airship, you say?
That's right.
In such a desperate situation, it would only be natural for her to fight for her life. And the murder weapon was right there within her grasp.
This isn't going well at all. Got to do something fast.
I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck.
Hold it!
I understand that your bride was in danger, but were you really able to move with a stab wound to the gut?
So I was desperately trying to push the pain out of my mind.
I see, so adrenaline kicked in and gave you strength. Is that right? I don't see much of anything in this statement I can refute.
That's right.
I almost passed out several times as I made my way to the Vista deck. When I got there, Dumas was already...
Hold it!
Are you absolutely sure, Mr. Sprocket, that by the time you got to the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed? Yes. But the Vista deck is just on the other side of the glass windows in the reception hall. Shouldn't you be able to get there right away?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, have you investigated nothing? The only way to the Vista deck is to go through the hole and take the lift.
Oh, shit! Yeah, I assumed the door, but there's none drawn on the print. You cannot access the hall directly to the Vista deck. The only way to get from the hall to the Vista deck is the indirect way, taking the elevator across the hall, taking the lift there from below. This is silly.
No matter how much one hurries, it would take at least 10 minutes.
It took probably him longer than that since he was bleeding from the gut. And that would explain the blood on the lift. Fuck. Well, that's on him, fool. So sorry enough to have gotten there before the murder, or my claim won't stand. Do you have any ideas for me, Maya?
It's definitely easier to prove that someone did go to the hole than not. I mean, you can't leave anything if you don't go someplace, right?
Oh. The key card. How did he get into the hole? Can't leave anything. Wait a minute, I think my eye's onto something there. The lack of a certain something actually proved that Soren didn't go to the hole.
What's the matter? Are you stumped already?
No. I'm far from stumped, Mr. Edgeworth. I know for a fact that Mr. Sprocket didn't go to the hole.
You and your Pipperton bluff. Mr. Sprocket bloodstain on the lift proves that he went through the hole. So what possible proof could you have that he did, in fact, go through there?
You want proof? You got it. You can do this, Phoenix. There's gotta be proof that Soren didn't go through the hole. I'm gonna save here, just to be sure.
Well, Mr. Wright?
This proves that Mr. Sprocket didn't go through the hole. The hold entry record.
Take that!
As anyone can see from the hold entry record, there's absolutely no mention of Soren Sprocket entering the hole. Exclamation mark. The defense assert that Mr. Sprocket used a different route to get to the Vista deck. How? The emergency exit leads to nowhere. It's only a a door. Like, if you go through the door, you fall.
You can answer all you want, Mr. Wright, but can you actually prove another route exists?
Can I prove the existence of another roof to the Vista? No, I can't. Not yet. Now that I really think about it, I guess it's going to be hard to prove. But I can't back down now. The trial will be over if I do. There's only one thing I can do at a time like this. I can prove it! Oh shit, I'm gonna bullshit. So this is a bluff. Even if it's just a bluff, I have to present something. Anything that could prove the existence of a faster route to the Vista deck. Climb to the patch and come back. Technically, there's nothing, but it's not like you can grab the balloon itself. Like, they don't show any handles you can grab. Even if you can shimmy your way in, the floor is not even. I need to check the evidence again. Okay, so this is the emergency door on the side. Yeah, there's no handhold outside.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. Show us how Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck.
Mr. Sprocket made for the Vista deck through here. Oh, we're gonna say the emergency exit. Because this is the only door.
Take that!
To save his bride from danger, Mr. Sprocket. Yeah, we see it open the escape hatch and made his way along the outside wall to the Vista deck. There's in the dark while there's a big gust of wind outside. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? Da da da.
That would certainly be a much faster route to the Vista deck.
Objection!
I'm disappointed, Mr. Wright. Is that really the best you can muster? That escape hatch is not meant to be used to get from the reception hall to the Vista deck. One slip and that's all it would take for Mr. Sprocket to plunge to his death.
I have to agree, the defense claim is really stretching it.
Hold it!
I understand how it sounds, Your Honor. But at this point, it's too early to definitely say that he didn't go that way.
So that's what you're going with then, I take it?
Of course, Your Honor.
This is real life, Mr. Wright, not some cinematic drivel or comic book. Do you have some sort of logical explanation to share that would convince us of your claim?
I do.
Are you sure, Nick?
Kinda. Actually, I have nothing. So I'll just have to wing it somehow. Bullshit my way through victory yet again.
On what do you base your theory that Mr. Sprocket made his way along the outside?
My theory that I was able to go along the outside was despite the danger is based on the power of authority, the power of love, the power of money. I'm gonna say all these answers sucks. I'm gonna go with the power of authority first. Power of authority. A man of Mr. Sprocket's considerable authority could easily move along the wall. I bet his man had ropes and cushion at the ready in case he fell.
Objection!
And these men you speak of, where in the world would they have come from?
Well, they pop up at the snap of Mr. Sprocket's fingers.
I have no idea what you're trying to say, Mr. Wright. Were Mr. Sprocket a man of such great power and influence? Why would he voluntarily put himself in harm's way?
That's a very good question, Your Honor. Yes, he could have used a crony to do this on his behalf. Fuck!
A question you should have asked yourself from the start, Mr. Wright.
Man who appears at the snap of your fingers? The judge might not appreciate it, but I do!
Thanks, Maya. I guess she's trying to cheer me up. Okay, I have to get it right this time. Alright, power of love. No. I'm gonna reload. It's the power of love. To save the bride he loves, the groom risked his life and rushed to her side. Mr. Sprocket was able to make it to the Vista deck despite the danger because of the power of love.
The power of love? Still feels like an anime though. That love is a source of strength that can help one overcome any obstacles. I think I can relate thanks to my own long happy marriage.
Wow, he actually seems to be buying it.
Objection!
Of course, Edgeworth wouldn't.
The power of love, you say? What kind of illogical argument is hardly viable in a court of law? Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
The little robot thing? That would be Pierce. The little robot thing can come across, but what can he do once he reaches the Vista deck? You know?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Edgeworth. You should never underestimate the power of love. You'll understand one day when you get married, which I won't.
Wow, he admits it. You'll never get married. Didn't they say at the beginning of the case that he had one too? No. They said at the beginning of the case that he built it. The little sprocket machine. He built it, give it to Pierce so as a tool so he can use. But he doesn't own one himself. Judge, ...
Exactly what is so wrong with wishing to remain unwed?
Way to send him off, Your Honor.
Never mind all of this unscientific nonsense. Are you aware, Mr. Wright, that at the time of the crime...
Oh.
There was a huge propeller turning at full speed between the hatch and the Vista deck?
Okay, now they appear on the map. Yeah. It's impossible. Like, the propeller are standing so close, so it will be shredded.
Even if a person were to go outside through the hatch.
Oh, they'd be blown away in an instant. Yeah, the wind of the propeller would blow him away and it made him fall. Yeah.
Where does your power of love get you now, Mr. Right?
Don't lose your way!
A huge spinning propeller, you say?
Not a very good escape route for emergency. Well, like Edward said, the emergency hatch was not meant to go from the reception hall to the Vista deck. It's made so you could attach an emergency ladder and throw it on the ground and go to land. Like it's an emergency to get out of the ship. This emergency is made to go down.
In that case, I have to admit it does seem impossible.
Ah, I should have known.
Nick, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Right?
Right. Feel like I just saw Mia look out at me through Maya's eyes.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you gaping at me like a giant sunfish?
I miss Mia, okay? I miss her face. Thank you, Maya. You just helped me remember something really important.
There it is! There's that fearless smile I was looking for. Now, give us a mind-blowing theory, just like you always do.
Is this gonna be the synthetic logic track already? I have to turn my thinking around. Instead of wondering how Soren could have moved past that huge propeller, I have to think about what would have made it possible for him to do so. The ship to stop? The storm?
Your Honor? Mr. Wright only makes that ridiculous face when his back is pressed against the wall. Therefore, please do hurry and give your ruling before... And there it is.
Mr. Edward, it's still far too early to discount my theory.
What are you talking about? The airship's large spinning propeller have already shredded it to pieces.
But if we think a little more outside the box,
No, you don't. No, you won't.
I'm sure we can find a way he could have made it.
Stop trying to stall, Mr. Wright. Show us how it could have been even remotely possible, if at all.
I must agree with Mr. Edgeworth.
Very well, Your Honor. There must have been a way. Some way that Soren could have moved along that wall in spite of the propeller.
Now then, Mr. Wright, what specifically would have made it possible?
This is how it would have been possible for Mr. Sprocket to get to the Vista deck. He got to the deck some other way. The airship wasn't flying. The propellers were broken. That could be it. The airship wasn't even flying. What allowed Mr. Sprocket to go along the outside wall in spite of the propellers is the location of the flying chapel at the time of the crime.
The location of the flying chapel? But wasn't it flying high in the sky?
No, Your Honor, I'm afraid it wasn't.
What? Where was it?
At the time of the murder, the airship wasn't flying through the sky, but more to the ground.
What?
And if the airship wasn't flying, then that means the propeller weren't turning. Pushing his pen. Yeah, it was at Sprocket Park. Like, remember, there was a storm this evening that broke the map. Would you fly in a storm? No. you would ground the airship. That's what they did. They waited the storm, and then when it was over, now they took flight. In which case, Mr. Sprocket could have gotten to the Vista deck along the outside wall. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? Ah! Whoa! Oh! Okay. Okay, so he made his mechanical pencil turn around, and usually he, when he's on the right position, he press it with his on the push pencil to make the tip come out. But what happened and what created the sound effect you just heard right now is he turned it too early, so he pressed his thumb on the tip of the pencil, so that pricked him and that hurt him. So that sound that you just heard was him going ow in a cartoonish way. So now the thumb is pulsating from the pain of pricking his thumb on the mechanical pencil. I don't remember. Ow, he stabbed himself with his pencil. That's gonna leave a mark.
Objection!
Even if the propellers were turning, it would have been far too risky to go that way.
Ah, but Mr. Edgeworth, you're forgetting about the power of love. I think I'm on Edgeworth's side on this one. Fuck you, Phoenix.
Yes, the amazing power of love. Not this again.
Very well. For the sake of argument, let's assume this so-called power of love made it possible for Mr. Sprocket to move along the outside wall of the airship. Can you prove that the airship was tied to the ground as you claim, Mr. Wright?
Because he was pressing it so many times that the lead was all the way out, so ow, yeah. But even if there were no lead, like just the tip of the metal part is pointy enough. Well, I don't have any evidence that proved where the airship was at the time. Yes! Yes. You have proved that the map was broken because there was a storm.
You can prove it, can't you?
Maya, can you think of anything we can use to prove it?
Can't say I can. Oh, wait! Didn't somebody see something outside the window at the time of the crime? I think I remember something saying as much.
Do I have a piece of evidence that shows that what was outside the airship? Yes!
What are you waiting for?
This piece of evidence shows that what was outside the airship at the time of the crime. Alright. One time I was playing one of those mechanical pencils that was in school. I actually did that to myself by accident. Yeah! I did that to myself. I didn't know what was the head was going out that far. Yeah! Okay, so we're gonna use Larry's drawing as evidence.
Take that!
This piece of evidence shows that it was outside the airship at the time of the murder.
What kind of lousy drawing is that?
It's a drawing made by Larry Butts.
And what can you prove with that poor attempt at artistry?
Larry made this drawing before he switched the lanterns. So it must have been right around when the murder was being committed. Now, if I could direct the court's attention here.
Is that a pterodactyl? Does that mean that the airship actually went back in time to the Cretaceous period?
Objection!
We've already proven that time travel is nothing more than a gimmick, did we not?
We did, and I have no intention of bringing up that argument again. But this drawing shows up an important piece of information.
it shows up that the airship was actually moored on the ground.
And what makes you so sure?
That's easy. All you have to do is consider who made this drawing.
Larry?
That's right. It was Mr. Butts, and we both know what he's like. He must have seen something else and mistaken it for a pterodactyl.
I can't argue with you there.
Hold it! Hey! Wait just one doggone second here. What kind of moron do you guys take me for?
A monumental one?
I saw it with my own eyes. It was a pterodactyl. Flew right by the window, I tell you. I have the sharp eyes of an artist. Don't you believe me?
No.
Nick? Nope. Some friends you guys are. What about the judge? You believe me, right, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you need to leave this courtroom. Bailiff, if you would.
Ah, come on, buddy, let's go. No, why doesn't everybody believe me? Don't take it personally, Larry. I know you're just being, well, you.
Now then, so you're saying that what Mr. Butts really saw bears some relation to what was outside the airship at the time of the murder?
Yes, Your Honor. At least, I think it does. What this pterodactyl really is will prove the airship was anchored at the mooring dock. Better anyway. It doesn't. My whole argument is a bust.
If you're that confident about it, then please go ahead and tell us what it really was.
Yes, Your Honor. Think, Phoenix, think. What could that pterodactyl actually have been? This piece over there.
Take that!
Please take a good look at this sign.
At the sign? It appears to have been broken and then repaired. But what does this sign have to do with the pterodactyl?
Please focus on this part of the sign. The part
That broke off and got reattached? What about it?
What about it if we turn it like this?
Oh, that shape! It's the pterodactyl in the drawing.
So yeah, the map is upside down, and this part of the lake, and the crack of the broken map makes it look like a pterodactyl. What Mr. Box actually saw was this chunk as it was being blown through the air by wind.
What?
On the day of the murder, there were some heavy winds in the area of the mooring dock, but it's hard to imagine that this sign would make up as high as an airship would fly. That means the flying chapel must have been anchored at the mooring dock that night. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
Yeah.
Objection!
That's more than enough of this power of love nonsense, you pop culture junkie. Present all the proof you want, but your argument is based far too much in conjecture. Why don't we return to reality now?
What do you mean, too much conjecture?
Even if the airship wasn't flying, that alone doesn't prove that witness went along the wall. True, even now it's no more than a possibility.
Then how do you propose Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck, Mr. Edgeworth?
He did not. I noticed something as I went over the evidence. Please take a look at this hold entry record.
What about it? I don't see Mr. Sprocket listed on here anywhere.
Don't you remember? In yesterday's session, we had a very similar kind of argument.
Did we?
Honestly, Mr. Wright, are you going senile already? We talked about Larry Butts using the defendant's keycard to enter the hole.
Oh, we did talk about that, didn't we? And we found Alan's key card in his house, so we're gonna assume that this Alan Wyatt entry was actually Soren. That's his argument.
In other words, even if a person's name isn't on the entry record,
it's still possible for that person to have entered by using someone else's card. Mr. Sprocket, you entered the hole with Mr. Nickety, didn't you? ...
I did. What? Why didn't you tell us that in the first place? Pierce is indispensable. I didn't want to mention him unnecessarily and risking having him wrongfully accused. I couldn't do without him.
Mr. Sprocket, I ask that you testify in greater detail about your movement that night.
The truth. The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce. That's why my name doesn't appear on the old entry record. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over. So Pierce was there. Well, this doesn't help me one bit. Yes, it's Pierce. Pierce did it. Soren could not have stabbed Gloomsbury because he was already bleeding to death.
Mr. Sprocket, you've concealed information from us time and time again. Who do you think you are, treating this court of law with such irreverence? That being said, I do appreciate the testimony you gave just now.
You're welcome.
Thanks to you, we now know why your name doesn't appear on the entry record. Now there are no more inconsistencies in the witness testimony.
That's Mr. Edgewood for you. He never leaves a loose end dangling. You okay, Nick?
I wouldn't exactly call this situation okay. Somehow I have to coax the information we need for an opening out of him. If I even can, that is. The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce.
Hold it!
You didn't mention this because you didn't want Mr. Nickety to fall under suspicion. Is that because he has something to hide? I just didn't want the police to take up his time for all their questions, that's all. Neither the company nor the household would function smoothly without him. I see. Wow, it sounds like Pierce is absolutely indispensable to the Sprockets. Anyway, getting back to your statement. When did you meet up with Mr. Nickety? We met up on my way to the Vista deck. I think Pierce and some of my relatives were on another floor. But Pierce heard the commotion and came running to my aid. He could hear the pandemonium all the way from another floor. Yeah, with his robot.
Mr. Wright, would you like the current statement added to the witness testimony?
I'll leave it out for now. I'll come back later if it's important. No, thank you, Your Honor.
I see, very well.
That's why my name doesn't appear on the old entry.
Hold it!
Your name doesn't appear on the old entry record. Because you entered with Mr. Nickety using a ski card. That's right. So I guess the old entry record doesn't matter as much as we thought. But now that Soren's saying he was with Pierce and a few others, it's pretty tough to refute that statement.
What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Can't get your tongue? Did you finally realize there's no point in continuing this trial any longer?
Of course not. I'll wipe that smug off your face. Mr. Sprocket, please continue with your testimony. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic.
Hold it!
Speaking of your injury, how are you doing now? The knife wound is deep and continues to throb with pain. Fortunately, my internal organs were spared. But one wrong move would have spelled the end for me there. Even so, I've seen you up and all over the place since the incident. I'm only following my doctor's order to perform some daily light exercise.
Mr. Wright, would you like Mr. Prockett's statement added about his condition added to his testimony? Not that it appears especially relevant to me.
Should I have him add this to this testimony? One wrong move and I'll leave it out for now. I think we should leave it out.
Very well.
By the time we reached the scene, it was all over. So you still insist that you reached the Vista deck after the murder had occurred? Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Alan must have killed him. There's no other explanation.
I guess whether Pierce was with Soren or not doesn't change the outcome.
I guess not. In fact, more witnesses actually makes it worse for us. So another cover-up, huh? That's
Soren has too many secrets. I bet he's still hiding other things too.
That's definitely a possibility. But in a situation like this, what we have to do is go back to the basics.
You mean go over the testimony and check for any lies or inconsistencies?
Got it.
Alright, Nick, let's go for it.
Alright, so the answer lies in one of those added statements, but I need to know which. So I'm going to go back with the first and add it. Yes, please, Your Honor.
Very well.
So, Pierce heard the commotion and he came running.
Hold it!
Did Mr. Nickety come alone? I believe some of his subordinates were with him, but I don't remember exactly how many. He may say there were others, but seeing how they pulled that second reception off, I can't completely trust anything he has to say either. I see, so you, Mr. Nickety, and a few others headed to the Vista deck, is that right?
That's right.
That's why my name doesn't appear. The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce. Pierce heard the commotion and he came running. But as soon as I press the statement, it erased itself. So I'm going to press the other one. The knife wound is quite deep and continues to throb with pain. Okay.
Objection!
Mr. Sprocket, you just said your injury is a knife wound, didn't you? You were doing a lot more than light exercise. No, the contradiction was even stupider than we thought. But the weapon you were stabbed with was this candelabra. A fact I know you're quite aware of. Very well. This is a flashback of Pierce's testimony. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmise, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Mr. Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. He's looking through his notes.
Objection!
It must have been a simple memory slip that made him misspeak. It happens to everyone. It has nothing to do with the case.
You must be pretty desperate to point out something so minute.
I have to agree, Mr. Wright. You hardly need to make such a big deal over such a small mistake.
But I contend that it's an important inconsistency. Besides, I couldn't find anything else. This is the only thing I have to go after.
And I say it's not important. Now let's not waste any more time on this matter.
I agree. Everybody has a little memory lapse every now and
Hold
then.
it!
But, Your Honor, please let me explain.
But can you? Can you really explain to this court what makes this slip so important?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. After all, it was Soren himself who told Pierce that he has been stabbed by a candelabra. This is more than a simple memory slip. There has to be some kind of reason for it.
Well, Mr. Wright, please explain why the witness slip of the tongue is so important.
The point to focus here is why the witness would mistake the weapon used to stab him. Think carefully, Phoenix. This could very well change the course of the trial.
I see, so why did the witness make that mistake, Mr. Wright?
Mr. Sprocket identified the one weapon used against him because he misspoke, he's covering for someone, he has no memory of it. He has no memory of it! That's his flaw. The reason he wrote everything down is because of his car accident on March 8th. If he doesn't write it down on his notebook, he's useless. He's gonna forget it. But the reason why he forgot is because when we use his notebook, what happened during the time of the murder, we dropped it into his own puddle of blood, and it's illegible. So when he forgot about it, so he consulted his notebook, and when he tried to find it, he couldn't find it because it was erased. It's like, shit, what's the Christopher Nolan movie? Inferno? I forgot. Yeah, that's one bad accident. He has no memory of it. He doesn't remember the incident, let alone the weapon used against him. Not only that, but I believe Mr. Sprocket has some sort of memory disorder. Therefore, the defense contends that Mr. Sprocket's testimony thus far is invalid.
Objection!
Just because you can't find a flaw in his testimony, you want to throw it all out? Your baseless claim is nothing but pure slander on the witness' character.
Mr. Edgeworth is correct, Mr. Wright. Can you explain your grounds for making this claim?
Of course, Your Honor. Think of what Soren has said, how he's behaved. That's where I'll find a clue.
Very well, let's hear your argument then.
My grounds for claiming that Mr. Sprocket has a memory disorder is the notebook. The choice of answer is the taciturn personality and the airplane pan. I mean, the notebook he always has with him. I saw daily events and information about the people around him recorded in it.
Like a diary, perhaps?
No, Your Honor. It's much too detailed to be an ordinary diary. It's more on the order of a database, actually.
A database, you say?
That's right. For some reason, Mr. Sprocket is apparently unable to retain memories. That's why he writes every little detail of his life down in his notebook.
Objection!
How could you possibly know that for sure? He might just have been an extremely compulsive person.
I thought so to myself at first. To be honest, we accidentally got a stain on that notebook yesterday.
You mean you got a stain on it?
Shut up! You're the one who tried to grab it out of my...
Objection!
Never mind whose fault it was, just get to the point already.
Right, sorry. Mr. Sprocket. Soren, ... The page Miss Faye got a stain on yesterday, that's the page with the details of your stabbing on it, isn't it? No, I only write in this notebook because I'm very compulsive. Now drop the subject already. Sorry, but I'm not convinced. I noticed an odd fact about your notebook, Mr. Sprocket. On the earlier pages, you use it to write down invention ideas. But after a certain date, you started writing down a lot more and in much more detail. I believe your memory disorder stems from what happened on that date.
Something so monumental it caused a memory disorder, Mr. Wright.
You don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but I do know what I'm talking about. And this is the proof. This is the thing that caused Mr. Sprocket memory disorder. The car accident, the newspaper article.
Take that!
You were involved in this car accident too, weren't you, Mr. Sprocket? And the shock of losing your beloved older sister is what caused you to develop your memory disorder.
Is this true, Mr. Sprocket?
Well, is it? ...
Mr. Sprocket! It's true. That accident did something to my mind.
What?
Ever since that day, every time I go to sleep, I lose my memories. And when I wake up, the most recent thing I can remember is the day I lost my sister. Wow! Ouch! It's as if I'm constantly going back in time.
What? That's truly tragic.
An inconsolable time traveler who goes back in time whenever he goes to sleep.
Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand. So that's what Soren meant. He was talking about himself. The reactions of the people around me each time I awoke made me aware of my condition. That's why I decided to write everything down in my notebook, so I could move forward. So the only memories you have since that day are the ones written in that notebook? That's right. And since the page about your stabbing got stained, you couldn't read from it, could you? There's just one thing I would like you to clarify for me, Mr. Sprocket. Exactly what are your feelings toward the victim?
Mr. Sprocket's feeling towards Dumas Gloomsbury?
That's right, Your Honor. The witness said that every time he wakes up from sleep, his mind goes back to the day his sister died.
Mr. Wright, you can't mean...
Mr. Sprocket! Your pent-up feeling of anger and resentment towards Mr. Gloomsbury for the accident were renewed each and every time you woke, were they not? But you couldn't take it anymore, so you turned to murder. Isn't that right?
What? Mr. Wright, are you saying that the witness murdered Mr. Gloomsbury? For revenge?
Well, Mr. Sprocket? Somebody says hold it. Yeah, Alan. Alan says hold it. Miss Wyatt. Your Honor? I did it! I killed Mr. Gloomsbury! No!
What? And there you have it, folks.
Miss Wyatt, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route. Soren is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead. Ellen, please try and get a hold of yourself. I guess she really meant it. My Soren didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should be convicted.
Are we to understand that you're confessing your guilt?
No. Now wait just a minute here. Hold it! Ellen, why would you cover for me? After I've testified that I thought you must have killed him. I'll admit, I couldn't believe my ears at first. But all I want is for you to be happy. Your happiness is my happiness, Soren. Aw, now she smiles. But without my notebook, I'd even forget those feelings of yours by tomorrow. Knowing that you still feel this way. This is bullshit. Because of his memory disorder, oh, I forgot I'm loving her. Like, emotional memory is separate. Even if you have memory disorders, your feelings are still the same. If you truly love her, you wouldn't forget about it. Dumbass. You've loved me all this time. The same way you did before the accident. That's how I know that you're the same person I've always loved. No disorder can change that. Ellen. Your Honor, there are two things I would like to correct.
2 corrections? What are they?
First of all, I want to withdraw one of my statements. That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen. Without memories to rely on, I took the police completely at their word.
You can't be serious!
So that means Soren never really doubted that in the first place, did he, Nick?
Ellen really does love Soren with all her heart. But in order to save her, I still have to go after Soren. I hope you can forgive me, Ellen.
What is your other correction, Mr. Sprocket?
The truth is, I never felt anger or resentment towards Dumas about my sister. What? Why not? That's because the one who caused the car accident was me. What?
Order! Order in the court! Please continue, Mr. Sprocket.
I'm the one who killed my sister. To protect my career and my future, my father made Dumas take the blame. In exchange for money and the position of lead servant. Newspaper article updated in the court record. A clipping of the newspaper article about Selena Sprocket's car accident. Soren was the one driving. Oh! Soren was driving! But the official statement used by the father's connection was that the Bloomsbury was to take the blame in exchange of having a position of a servant. Yeah. So you see, Dumas must have held a grudge against me and not the other way around. And he must have attacked Ellen to get his revenge on me. Are you sure about all this, Mr. Sprocket? Very sure. It's all been written down in details in my notebook.
That notebook is important evidence supplying background to this case. I must insist you submit that as evidence.
Soren's notebooks added to the court test record. Database-like notebook that chronicles the event of each day in minute detail, except the day of the murder. I want to read it. Soren has been writing nothing but ideas. It been abruptly began to chronicle blah, 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 details of them. Nothing. Nothing new. The lawyer said that I turned to murder, but that's just not true. However, it is true that my older sister and Dumas are both dead because of me and my negligence.
I just glanced through Mr. Sprocket's notebook. I wasn't able to read the part about when he was stabbed due to the bloodstain. But what's written here about his sister's car accident is exactly as he stated.
Your Honor, as long as it matches what's written in that notebook, can we still take the witness testimony as valid in spite of his memory disorder?
Yes, I believe we can.
I understand now that the witness' memory is in disarray, but if what Mr. Sprocket himself wrote in this notebook is true, then that means by the time Mr. Sprocket's party reaches the scene, the victim had already been killed.
Edward's right. I'm still in the same bind as before. But should I really simply accept the contents of the notebook as a substitute for Soren's memory?
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Will you accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as an official representation of his memories?
He's writing details, not very... So basically, the way the notebook works is he notes his observation. That doesn't count really as memories. It's just how he interprets the facts as he sees them. It's sad that we cannot recover the missing page. Even if it's written in blood, even if it's covered in blood, there must be a forensics way to recover what's written on the page, you know? Will I accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as an official representation of his memory? No. Wait a minute, Your Honor. The defense requests a chance to examine the notebook to see if it's trustworthy.
Very well, but be quick about it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, how should we examine it?
Well, we should look at it from all different angles to see if there's anything suspicious. There's a way you can do it with orange juice. I think it is, or something like that, but I don't know if the game knows that. Yeah, the lemon... Wait. Orange juice? Like, I know you can make invisible ink with lemon juice. And then, if we burn the paper, we can see what's written in it. But if it's blood on ink, maybe if we pencil down... If you use a mechanical pencil to write everything down, and it's been lathered in blood, if we scratch the paper, would it be able to see what's in beneath from the impression on the paper? Oh, wait! We got fingerprint powder! There's no point if I don't look at what's inside. I have to open it. With your permission, Soren, here I go. So here's the blood stain. It's just the page Maya got all stained. But I guess it's not going to be very helpful at this moment. I keep going. Ah! There's a torn page. This is the last page where there's writing. Some things about this page doesn't sit right with me. It's not the same. Wait! Where's the note? This note? No. Grab it in the convenient and send her off from the Vista deck. Where's the other note? Oh, it doesn't match. There's an I, written by a right-hand man. Something about this page doesn't sit right with me. I better take a closer look. A page has been torn out. It looks like there was something written on it. It looks like a page has been torn out here. Mr. Sprocket, do you know what was written on it? Nope. Oh, that? I often tear out a page when I write somebody a note. Probably wrote something down for somebody, tore it out and give it to them. He did it to us, he did it to the judge as well. Oh yeah. That solves that then.
Objection!
No, wait. Wait a minute. We can't ignore the possibility that something important was written on that page.
But now that the page has been torn out, how can we determine what was written there?
Well, the detective impression thingy. Let's see. To find out what was written in the notebook, we should hold it up to the light, heat it with a lighter, use fingerprint powder. Oh, I'm gonna be penalized. I'm gonna heat it with a lighter first. I know, we should heat the notebook with a lighter. Maybe the heat will reveal what was written. Your Honor, do you have a lighter I could borrow?
A lighter? And what exactly are you planning to do with one?
I want to heat the notebook up over and open the flame.
Do you have any reason to believe there's something to be gained by doing that?
Well, it's just a hunch, Your Honor, but...
Nope! I won't let it take a lighter to evidence over some simple hunch.
Alright, they really want us to use the powder. Alright. Fingerprint powder. Yeah. If we use fingerprint powder on the notebook, we might be able to see what was written.
Fingerprint powder? How would that help us find out what was written there?
Well, if the writing left indentation on the blank page behind it, fingerprint powder could make those small indentations visible to the naked eye. Well, so is a pen. I mean, fuck.
Oh, stop. Fingerprint powder will only sully the notebook further. Mr. Wright, if you use the powder and still don't find anything, then you must accept the notebook as a representation of the witness memories.
Alright, Your Honor, I understand. If I don't find anything, it's all over anyway. Powder, don't fail me now. I will now use fingerprint powder on the blank page to find out if we can see what was written on the torn out page. This is bullshit. First, I'll apply some fingerprint powder to those pages with X. I've dusted enough powder, I use blow triangle to blow the excess powder away. If something should appear, I should switch to analyze mode L1. Point out what came out, then confirm with X my choice. Okay, so... Oh, we have all this. Oops. Oh. To the visit. Dumas to the Vista deck. I struck and killed Dumas. It's written by a right-hand man. Dumas took Ellen to the Vista deck. I struck and killed Dumas. That's what it says. Okay, so switch to analyze. It looks like I didn't get quite enough fingerprint spot on the page. Boo! Guess I better dust a little more. No. It says I struck and killed Dumas. This is huge. I struck and killed Dumas. That's what was written on the torn out page.
What? It can't be.
Hold it! I don't believe it. There has to be some kind of mistake. Soren would never, could never. And she fainted. Miss Wyatt!
Bailiff, please get the defendant to the infirmary at once.
Now Soren is at the witness stand.
Apparently the defendant got too worked up. She's resting in the infirmary as we speak. Now then, please continue, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. This notebook is all Mr. Sprocket has to remember things by. With this critical page torn out, not even Mr. Sprocket himself knew the truth of what he'd done. I'm the one who killed Dumas. So it wasn't Ellen? Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Sprocket, does this mean you were at the crime scene during the murder after all? I guess I must have been. Soren's notebook updated in the court record. A notebook that records Soren's memory in minute detail. One of the pages has been torn out. You know what? That doesn't mean anything. For all we know, Pierce was aware of his condition and wrote that on this page. Like, we need to compare the calligraphy. Because right now, the note the calligraphy of the note fits with the Bloomsbury's note. Grab Ellen when convenient and send her off from the Vista deck, you know? Mr. Sprocket, can you really believe that's what's written in this notebook? Nobody touches this notebook but me. And when I sleep, it's under lock and key. I don't remember writing that I killed Dumas, but I guess I must have.
Well, now that we have a confession, I'm afraid I must render my verdict. Of all the...
Yes, Your Honor, please, give your ruling now, while Ellen is asleep. I want the woman I love to be set free as soon as possible.
Soren really does love Ellen after all, doesn't he?
Yeah. So this is how it ends. But is that how it really went down? Is there really no way for them both to be happy?
I know we should consider anything written in the notebook to be the truth, but still.
I myself wrote of the crime in my book. No further proof is necessary. Dude handed him the note on the airship. Yeah! You remember that? Like, he lost the notebook. He could have wrote it down. Pierce could have wrote it down and then tore the page himself and then give it back to him. Yeah. No further proof is necessary. Soren himself wrote this in this notebook? Wait a minute.
Very well. I will now give my verdict.
Ellen's about to be found not guilty, and Soren will be convicted for the crime instead. And yet, am I really ready for the judge to give his ruling? No. Not when there's still one more avenue left to explore.
This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt.
Your Honor, there's still something that bothers me about that notebook.
Oh, is there?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? All you have to do is keep quiet and your client's a free woman.
I know, but I think there might be more to this case that meets the eye. I'm not quite sure yet, but I think there still might be a way. A way for Ellen and Soren to be happy.
What do you mean by more than meets the eye, Mr. Wright?
I believe the question here, Your Honor, should be, why was the incriminating page torn out in the first place?
Why, to destroy the evidence, I would imagine.
But removing it from the notebook is the same as removing it from Mr. Sprocket's memory, which means he wouldn't have been able to trick the police if he came under suspicion. No, if he wanted to cover up his crime, he would have remembered that he had done it.
Just what are you getting at with this line of inquiry, Mr. Wright?
Yes, please explain it so that we can all understand.
Yes, Your Honor. The page was torn out of the notebook because he wanted to forget what happened. It was torn out by accident. Somebody else tore it out. The incriminating page was torn out by somebody else.
What? Order! Order! Are you claiming a third person interfered with the notebook?
It's not all that surprising if you consider what's happened up until now, after both the car accident and the murder of Dumas Bloomsbury. There was always a cover-up not far behind. Hold it! But I have my notebook with me at all times. Did you? Because I remember you were in the panic yesterday because you couldn't find it. That's true.
So who orchestrated this particular cover-up, Mr. Wright?
If we think back over the course of the trial, it's pretty easy to guess. The one who may have tried to tamper with Soren's memory is... Pierce Nickety!
Take that!
The one who tampered with the notebook in order to manipulate Mr. Sprocket's memory is Pierce Nickety. Pierce tried to tamper with my memories? Pierce was manipulating me? Case in point, the two receptions that were held to cover up the murder. It was Mr. Nickety who directed the guests and orchestrated the entire scheme. No, it can't be. Which of my memories are mine and which has been rewritten? When did he start rewriting my memories? Who wrote this? This? And this? And this? And this? And this? And this? Ah! He's overloading. The wings on this jetpack activated and now he's flying away. Whoa. He just flew. Oh my god, he literally took off. He's the Rocketeer. What? Looks like Team Rocket blasted off again.
Look, Dick, he's coming back down.
Ran out of steam. My memories. Ellen. Then he faint. Mr. Sprocket!
Bailiff, please get Mr. Sprocket to the infirmary on the double. Mr. Sprocket has been taken to the infirmary. We don't have to worry about him running away, so let us resume where we left off.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Pierce Nickety to the stand.
Objection!
We already know he carried out the cover-up to protect the company and Mr. Sprocket. What more do you want from him?
Oh, this time it's different. The notebook, or rather, Mr. Sprocket's memories, has been tampered with. That means the only person who knows the whole truth is now Mr. Nickety.
Don't tell me. Are you actually trying to drum up a third suspect? In order to exonerate the defendant and her groom?
I'm not drumming up anything, nor do I have grounds to accuse him of anything yet. All I know is that Mr. Nickety is the only one who knows the truth. And I think he's still hiding something. Something we don't know about yet.
No grounds yet, is it? Well, Mr. Edward, does the prosecution consent to calling the witness to the stand? It does, Your Honor. However, I would like a little time to talk with the witness before we do. Very well. We will break for a 20-minute recess.
To be continued. Alright, let's continue. We're almost done. Save your current progress? Yes. Next chapter. September 23rd. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 3. Now we have to face Pierce on the stand. Not sure if I should be surprised or not. One thing's for sure, he won't be an easy adversary.
So, do you think Pierce did it?
It's too early to say anything at this point, but I do think he's still hiding something. Nick! Why did you put everything on Soren Loser back there? Looks like Larry still hasn't given up on Ellen. If this Pierce guy is the real bad guy, then Soren and my Ellie will live happily ever after together! Larry, that's not the kind of thing a decent human being says.
Shame on you, Larry!
Oh, boo-hoo. You think I don't know? I know I have to give up on my Ellie. But Nick promised he'll make her happy. She deserves a happily ever after. I'm sure Soren will make her happy once all of this is said and done. The trial is about to resume, Mr. Wright. All right, you ready, Maya?
Yep, let's go!
I'll be rooting for you, Nick. September 23rd, District Court, courtroom number 6.
This court is now back in session. Witness, please take the stand.
Okay, now we have Persnickety. Smiling, confident.
Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Persnickety. I am the Sprocket family butler. Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Nickety. Someone tore out a page from Mr. Sprocket's notebook to manipulate his memories. And that person was you, wasn't it? That is correct. What about it? Well, that was easy. Why did you do it? Why did you tamper with Mr. Sprocket's notebook? Oh, please allow me to explain. It pains me to do this, but I will tell you the truth. It pains you? That is correct. For my testimony will go against Master Soren's wishes. Soren's wishes? What is he talking about? Okay. Is he gonna put the blame back to Alan? Why I tore out the page. I rushed to the Vista deck, but the crime has already been committed. I saw Miss Allen and Bloomsbury collapse and Master Soren writing in his notebook. Master Soren said to me, I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Allen. When I went against his order, I tore up the page of his notebook and I hid the body. Oh. Wait a second. What Mr. Sprocket was writing in his notebook at the time? Could it be? It was meant to be a confession and admission he killed Bloomsbury himself. He wrote that message to take the blame for Miss Wyatt? That is correct. Master Soren did hit Bloomsbury with the timekeeper to save Miss Allen. Then Mr. Sprocket was the culprit after all. However, that blow did not kill Bloomsbury.
That makes sense. Mr. Sprocket's injury wouldn't allow him to put much force into it.
Enraged, Bloomsbury tried to attack Master Soren, who was already seriously wounded. But just in the nick of time, Miss Allen hit Bloomsbury from behind and finished him off, it would seem.
So, the one who inflicted the fatal blow was the defendant?
Yes, that is correct. But Master Soren tried to take all of the blame onto himself.
No way! This is pretty bad, Nick.
No kidding. Pretty bad is an understatement.
Well, well, Mr. Wright, it seems your decision to call for Mr. Nickety has backfired. For the true culprit behind this case remains the defendant, Ellen Wyatt.
Could this get any worse? Pierce was involved in the cover-up plot, and I bet he still has something to hide. Why I tore out the page? I rushed to the Vista deck, but the crime had already been committed.
Hold it!
Wait a minute. I need to empty the humidifier again. Okay, back. Sorry about that. I thought you went to the Vista deck with Mr. Sprocket. Actually, that is not true.
What? What do you mean? I found this out afterward, but Master Soren went to the Vista deck alone. He went out the escape hatch in the reception hall and went along the outside wall.
What? You can't be serious. You mean Mr. Wright's adult padded guess was actually correct?
What's with the adult padded?
I suppose truth really is stranger than fiction.
So, Mr. Nickety, when you got to the scene, you saw Mr. Gloomsbury, Miss Wyatt, and Mr. Sprocket. Is that right?
That is exactly right.
I saw Miss Ellen and Bloomsbury collapse and Master Soren writing in his notebook. Oh.
Hold it!
So when you and your group arrive at the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed?
That is correct.
Bloomsbury has already been struck. Miss Ellen has lost consciousness, probably from the shock of the incident. And how did Mr. Sprocket appear?
He was bleeding from the stab wound you received from Bloomsbury. Barely conscious, he was writing something in his notebook.
So the mysterious third person Ellen saw really was Soren then.
Master Soren said to me, I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Ellen.
Hold it!
So Mr. Sprocket wrote a note of confession in order to take the blame for Miss Wyatt.
Yes, that notebook is the only form of memory Master Soren has. So you understand that his action meant, I trust?
What did it mean, Nick?
To Soren, everything in that notebook is true. So Soren tried to take the blame by altering his own memory to make himself think he did it.
No!
Master Soren truly loves Miss Ellen. It must have been love that made him do that. But I went against his order. I tore the page out of his notebook and hid the body.
Hold it!
Mr. Nickety, could you please tell this court about that in more detail?
That you say? Which part do you mean, Mr. Wright? Could you be more specific?
Oh, alright. What part do I want to know more about? Hiding the body or tearing out the page? Hiding the body. I'm pretty sure that is gonna slip up. Please tell me more about the hiding of the body.
Oh, very well.
Handkerchief, monocle.
After saying he would take the blame, Master Soren passed out. That's when I hid the body. I quickly took the lift down to the hold, where I hid Bloomsbury's still warm body in the spare piggable lantern.
So it was you who hid the body, not the defendant.
To think Mr. Butts would move the lantern containing the body to the reception hall. Well, I did not see that coming.
I don't blame you. Not even Larry can predict what Larry will do next. Maybe I should take another look at the lantern in evidence. Now, it feels like Bloomsbury hid himself inside the lantern for some reason.
Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness testimony?
Yes. Yes, please.
Very well. Please add that statement to your testimony, Nickety. Mr. Nickety. In the hole, I hid the still warm body in the spare piggable lantern.
Hold it!
Why did you hide the body in the lantern?
As I told you yesterday, it was to make it as though the murder never happened. But thanks to Mr. Butts, things did not turn out as planned.
So holding the second wedding reception wasn't Mr. Sprocket's idea. But yours, wasn't it?
It was all for Master Soren's sake, and Sprocket Aviation. If I am accused of a crime for trying to cover up the incident, I shall accept it willingly.
He really doesn't seem to even care about himself.
So he's talking about the cover-up after the incident, huh?
Right, that's information only somebody who was actually involved could know.
So it might be a really important piece of testimony.
Think so too. I really have to tread carefully here. Okay. I went against order, toward the page from his notebook and hid the body. In the hold, I hid the still warm body in the spare pickable lantern. I'm gonna save here. There must be a contradiction. I'm gonna compare it with the broken lantern.
Objection!
Yup. Could it be? Is that what happened? If what I'm thinking is true, then maybe I can prove neither Ellen nor Soren did the deed. Mr. Nickety, you said the body was still warm when you hit it, correct? So then what if Mr. Gloomsbury was still alive when you went to put his body inside the lantern? What?
What?
That's preposterous. Actually, this shows that the victim might have still been alive while inside the lantern.
I'm afraid you have to point out which part you're talking about, Mr. Wright.
The bloody wheel handle. This part here shows that the victim might have still been alive inside the lantern.
Take that!
As you can see, the back end of the lantern is a door. And there's blood on the wheel handle.
Objection!
That bloodstain must have gotten there when the witness pulled the body inside the lantern. It in no way shows that the victim drew his last breath when he was within the lantern.
I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth, for you see, in putting this lantern back together, the police inadvertently placed the inside handle on the outside and vice versa. In other words, the wheel handles got swapped.
Oh my, so they got swapped?
Yes, they got swapped.
What? But that's ridiculous.
Not at all. If you compare the other male peggable lantern in the reception hall, it's quite obvious the wheel handles were attached backwards.
The detective in charge of the restoration will see in my office later.
Sorry, Emma, and good luck. You're gonna get a salary cut.
In that case, what does the bloodstain on the wheel handle mean?
The bloodstain didn't get there by chance. When the victim was put inside the lantern, he was only unconscious, not dead. When he regained consciousness, he was probably trying to get out of the lantern. So he grasped the inner wheel handle, and that's when the blood got on it. This proved that the victim was still alive when he was inside the lantern. At the time, I was completely convinced Bloomsbury was dead. As I checked more carefully, he might have survived.
Unfortunate to be sure, but not significant enough to change this trial's outcome.
Sorry. Again, I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. It actually has a very significant impact on this case.
The victim was struck by the defendant and died from his injuries sometime later. There's nothing more to it.
Objection!
No? That's where you're wrong. Let's take another look at Mr. Gloomsbury's autopsy report, shall we? Please focus on the description of his injuries. It says one contusion was found on the back of the head and one on the side.
Yes, the one Mrs. Crockett gave him, and the one Miss Wyan delivered to finish him off.
No, the defense would like to submit a different interpretation.
A different interpretation?
The victim was knocked unconscious by the first blow and then was put into the lantern.
Then what about the lethal blow by the defendant that the witness talked about?
Yes, that didn't happen. After some time, when the victim regained consciousness and tried to get out of the lantern, that's when he received the second blow that finished him off.
Taking into account the fact that the victim was alive for a period after the first hit, and that he did receive a second blow to the head, it does seem entirely possible.
Yes, as long as the first blow didn't kill the victim instantly, there's a possibility that someone other than Mr. Sprocket or Miss Wyatt delivered the fatal blow.
Objection!
That's all you've got? Even if there was a time lag between the two blows, the prosecution position doesn't change.
What? What do you mean?
It's elementary, Mr. Wright. After the reception, when the defendant was cleaning up the reception hall, the victim, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly came out of the lantern. The defendant grabbed the murder weapon, which was right there, and finished him off. That theory sounds awfully familiar. Of course it does, Your Honor, because it's exactly what I proposed at the very start. The second blow was inflicted by the defendant, after all. I see. It seems the tangle of mystery was unraveled into a single thread.
Objection!
But as long as there's a possibility that the fatal blow was delivered by a third person, then we must continue the deliberations.
Give it up, Mr. Wright, unless you have something to prove the presence of your precious third person.
Okay,
Nick, just relax. You can do this. Come on now. Take some deep breaths.
Good idea. Deep breaths, deep breaths.
There. Don't you feel better already?
No. Maya's right. I should calm down and get my focus back and go over everything again. Then hopefully I'll be able to find something to prove there was a third person. Let's see. First, why did Bloomsbury attack Ellen?
Because he was tired of taking the blame for the accident?
But something about that line of reasoning just doesn't feel quite right to me.
No, how come?
If it's just a personal vendetta, he had already stabbed Soren. So why then was he so determined to go after Ellen?
You're right, this whole thing feels too premeditated for a crime of passion.
Plus the memo that says grab Ellen when convenient and send her off from the Vista deck. Looks like an order. Bloomsbury didn't seem to have a personal grudge against Ellen. If Bloomsbury didn't have a personal reason to attack Ellen, then...
You've taken long enough, Mr. Wright. Now it's time for some action. What proof do you have that a third person was involved?
Alright, I'll show you. It's not completely sure what I'm doing here, but it looks like I'm out of time. This piece of evidence proved the involvement of a third person. The note. The Bloomsbury's note. I'm gonna save.
Take that!
I get it now. Now I see what this note bothered me so much when I first saw it. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot.
That note was apparently written by the victim.
No, it wasn't, because we learned that it was left-handed. Why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Your Honor, please take a look at this note.
This is the victim's murder plan, right?
It's definitely a murder plan, but what if Mr. Bloomsbury didn't write this note himself?
What? This is how you attempt to conjure up your mysterious third party, Mr. Wright? Can you even prove that note wasn't written by the victim?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Very well then. Please present your evidence, Mr. Wright.
This evidence proved the victim didn't write the note. The candelabra with the dominant left hand.
Take that!
This is the weapon Mr. Bloomsbury used to stab Mr. Sprocket.
I was wondering what would you pull up this time. Dare I ask what could possibly have to do with the note?
Mr. Bloomsbury's prints were found on his candelabra, and the prints were from his left hand.
So, that makes the victim left-handed, correct?
Exactly, Your Honor. The police looked into it and confirmed as much. Now, take a look at the smudged writing in this note. Notice how the smudging only starts from the middle of each preceding line. Had this been written by a lefty, the writing would be smudged from the far left end. This means that whoever wrote this note was definitely right-handed. In other words, somebody other than the victim wrote this note.
What? But if someone other than Mr. Bloomsbury wrote it, then what does this note mean?
Mr. Bloomsbury followed this note to the letter when he attacked Miss Wyatt. So clearly this note isn't a murder plan written by Mr. Bloomsbury, but rather, these are instructions to kill Miss Wyatt issued by somebody else.
Objection!
If it wasn't the victim who wrote these so-called instructions, then who wrote it? Most of the people involved are right-handed, you know.
He's correct. The majority of the family and their employees who were on this airship are indeed right-handed. I must say that is a very rough and slipshod conjecture you propose. I admit I haven't figured out who wrote it just yet.
Leave it to Mr. Edgeworth to go for the jugular.
This culprit ordered Bloomsbury to attack Ellen. What could their motive have been?
It doesn't seem very likely Ellen did anything to incur anybody's wrath, right?
Right, not likely anyway. In that case, it has to be about Soren.
If somebody were to hold a grudge against Soren, what would it be about?
That accident, I guess. Could understand if Bloomsbury felt resentful about having to take the plane.
But the one who lost the most to the accident was Soren's sister. She lost her life after all.
You know what? I believe Pierce is romantically involved with Selena, since he carries her pocket watch.
Soren suffered too, of course. He was crushed by losing somebody so precious to him.
Somebody precious, huh? Soren's sister. Wait, there's one more person! There's someone else who must hold a grudge against Soren.
Did you figure something out?
I think so. I think there's somebody else used Bloomsbury to try to get revenge against Soren.
Did you say something tried to get revenge against Mr. Sprocket, Mr. Wright?
The person who manipulated and used Mr. Glory was Soren's father, the family ender, or Selena's fiancé. Aha! Selena's fiancé! The person who used Mr. Bloomsbury to try and get revenge on Mr. Sprocket, and then finished Mr. Bloomsbury off to silence him, was a man dear to Mr. Sprocket's older sister, Selena Sprocket's fiancé. Not that I'm not positive, but it's certainly possible. This fiancé could have made Bloomsbury attack Ellen to get his revenge on Soren.
What? Her fiancé? Order in the court! Order, I say! Yes, it just seems quite believable that Miss Selena Sprocket's fiancé would bear a grudge against Mr. Sprocket for this role in the accident.
Exactly, Your Honor. Maybe your fiancé was trying to murder Mr. Wyatt in order to make Mr. Sprocket experience the same pain he felt.
Objection!
Miss Sprocket's fiancé was a surgeon, if memory serves.
Right.
But the only people who attended the reception were family and staff members.
That may be, but then that just means that Miss Sprocket's fiancé must have been among those who attended. Yes. No, wait. Like, Pierce was part... Like, the accident occurred 6 months ago, but Pierce was part of the staff for a year, so it doesn't add up. Shit.
What? Really?
Of course, otherwise, how could he have killed Bloomsbury?
Oh, I see what you're doing. This is just another giant bluff, isn't he?
Alright, I'll bite. Who exactly do you claim this fiancé to be?
Yes, I would like to know as well.
Are you sure you're gonna be okay, Nick?
Maybe. When it comes to suspicious people, there's only one person on my list. I need to find something that connects him to Selena. This will help us identify Miss Sprocket's fiancé. The photo of Selena Sprocket.
Take that!
Please take a look at this photo, Your Honor. That photo! Notice Miss Sprocket's pocket watch. Haven't we seen it somewhere before?
Yes, now that you mention it, I do feel as I've seen it somewhere before.
Pierce. ... I believe we all seen it. Right here in this very courtroom.
Oh, impossible!
That's right. The pocket watch in this photo is the same pocket watch Mr. Nickety has on him right now.
What?
This is clear proof of a strong connection between Pierce Nickety and Selena Sprocket.
No!
Well, Mr. Nickety, is it true?
Mr. Nickety, you were once engaged to Selena Sprocket. That pocket watch, you keep it as a memento of her, don't you? Mr. Nickety, you plan to rob Mr. Sprocket of his loved one, to make him feel the same pain as you, isn't that right? But Mr. Sprocket managed to fight back and knock Mr. Gloomsbury unconscious. You thought Mr. Gloomsbury was dead and hid his body in the lantern. But then you noticed Mr. Gloomsbury regained consciousness. And so you finished him off to prevent your plan from being exposed. This is the defense take on what really happened in this murder case.
Mr. Wright, does this mean you wish to officially accuse this witness of the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury?
Does the defense accuse Mr. Nickety of the murder? Yes. The defense indicts Pierce Nickety on the charge of murdering Dumas Gloomsbury.
Oh my! Mr. Nickety, would you care to respond?
Pierce doesn't respond. He looks at he keeps staring at the pocket watch and doesn't have a reply. Doesn't even react. Like, nope. Man, this lawyer just yaps on and on and on. As you guessed, this watch is a memento of Selena. It stopped working at the time of the accident, though. It's not even working! Oh shit! Then you really are! Yes, I was Selena's fiancé, and not just her fiancé, but the surgeon beside her deathbed.
Objection!
Mr. Nickety, why didn't you tell me any of this before?
Shut it, you useless prosecutor! I thought you could be of use, but apparently this case was too much for you. I'm the chief prosecutor, bitch! What did you just say? If your office hasn't struck its nose all up in this, I could have swept it under the rug. Not only did you interfere with the case, but you even let me fall under suspicion.
That's because you kept trying to cover things up on the sly.
Ugh! But covering things up wasn't your only involvement. The only person you have a motive to use the victim to try and kill Miss Wyatt was you! Ugh. Something exploded on his... oh! The pauldron exploded. Just remove it from his shoulder. Takes his handkerchief from his breast pocket and attaches it on his face. And now he looks like a surgeon. Oh, okay, now he's about to... now he really looks like a surgeon. His cufflinks are removed and now we see pure white gloves. And now he holds his hand like a surgeon about to perform. and his monocle, it turns into a magnifying glass. Malignant tumors? There are malignant tumors in this courtroom. Lesion oozing with false charges. Scalpel? No, that's a screwdriver. Like he asked for. There's somebody with a white gloves who hands him a screwdriver and is about to perform surgery on the robot. The tumors are one idiotic lawyer and one useless prosecutor. Fixes the robot. After the truth is revealed, I'll have the both of you incised from the legal world.
I'd like to see you try.
With the power of the Sprocket family, it will be a cinch. Oh. Yeah, now the robot changed form. It now has a red eye and some armor and some spikes. I will now begin the operation.
What in the world happened to Mr. Nickety?
Looks like he's finally showing his true colors.
Nick, look what he did to that shoulder mac!
Quit your yapping before I suture your chatty lips shut.
It's like he's a completely different person.
Sure looks like it, huh? We can't let our guard down now. Mr. Nickety, it's finally time for you to testify. To the truth!
It seems we're entering the final act at last. Witness, your testimony, please.
Right to remain silent. Oh, he's gonna plead the fifth. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah. Exclamation mark all around. Mr. Nickety, when did you say anything? Oh. The robot took a picture. He just took a picture of me or something. An X-ray. Oh my God! We can see the hair. It looks like the spikes on Phoenix Wright's hair is part of his skull as well. You want me to voluntarily testify, hoping I will make a slip of the tongue. Not a very impressive plan or brain, I might add. Ow, that was uncalled for. If you want to know something, you ask the question. I will answer, but I have no intention of making as voluntary a statement of my own. Yeah.
What's he trying to do, Nick?
He's using the silent treatment as a strategy to avoid getting tripped up. Clever guy.
No more lies, Mr. Nickety. You will tell us nothing but the truth from now on.
I'd rather stay silent. Picture of Edgeworth.
Ugh. What do you think you're doing?
Now it's an X-ray of Edgeworth's chest. We can see the cravat through the X-ray. No one asked you to speak. Just keep quiet over there and play with your frills.
How dare you! Well, this is a rather unconventional situation, but please proceed, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so which statement should I present? The first ... the second ... or the third ...
Hold it!
If you won't speak voluntarily, then I guess I'll have to ask him something. What question should I ask? Reason for killing Bloomsbury, grudge against Soren, actions on the day of the crime. Isn't it true that when Mr. Bloomsbury regained consciousness inside the lantern, you murdered him in order to silence him? He was an excellent employee and very loyal to me. Bloomsbury was my right-hand man. I would suffer the most from losing him. You really think I would kill a guy like that? That would make sense only if you were innocent. But since your goal was revenge, you don't really have to care about something like that. But I am innocent, I tell you! Don't try to force your conjecture onto me! I guess without decisive evidence, I can't pursue this line of questioning any further.
Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the testimony?
No. No thanks. Better tread cautiously here.
Hold it!
Grudge against Soren. You've been nursing a grudge against Mr. Sprocket over the loss of your fiancée. Isn't that right? Looking at his pocket watch. I'd be lying if I said I felt no resentment whatsoever. But Master Soren didn't cause that accident on purpose. Master Soren himself suffered greatly. But you quit being a surgeon and found a way to get even closer to Mr. Sprocket. Wasn't that so you could carry out your revenge on him? Don't insult me! Supporting Master Soren and Sprocket Aviation with my life's work is my penance for not being able to save Selena. This is how I honor her.
To feel your devotion as both a fiancé and a surgeon. Your statement breaks my heart.
I've never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren. Never thought of it, huh? I guess I should probably take that with a pound of salt.
Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness testimony?
No. Guess not, Your Honor. On second thought, I have to get some kind of testimony out of him, don't I?
Hold it!
Let's try question number 3. Action on the day of the crime. On the day of the incident, you were constantly surrounded by your subordinates. Is that right? Absolutely. I was in some line of sight at all times. After all, I was busy taking care of every detail of the event. Mr. Edgeworth, I believe your investigation backs up my claim.
I got a statement that says groups of his subordinates worked up with him in rotation. So it was always with someone.
As the prosecutor just said, I couldn't even get close to the lantern containing Bloomsbury by myself. Let alone kill him. Pierce didn't have a chance to get close to the victim alone, huh?
Mr. Wright, would you like that statement to
The evidence testimony? No. Guess not. Let's see the second line. I'll go back with the second question. Yes, please. I have to find an opening somehow. I've never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren. Oh, wait! I'm building a sentence here. Oh, shit! Oh, wait.
Hold it!
I'm gonna put it here. Huh?
Hold it!
Okay, let's try this. Reason for killing Bloomsbury, I'm gonna add it to the testimony. Every little bit I can drag out of him helps. So now I have Bloomsbury was my right-hand man that would suffer the most from losing him. I've never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren.
Hold it!
Then I'm going to use the question number 3. I'm going to add everything. I was always in the company of others. I didn't have an opportunity to murder Bloomsbury. Okay. So those are my 3 statements. I'm gonna press this.
Hold it!
What did Mr. Bloomsbury think of Mr. Sprocket? After all, he was forced to take the blame for the accident. He must have been resentful. He got his position as the lead servant in exchange for taking the blame. It wasn't exactly a bad deal for him. But he must have felt some sort of indignation. Who knows? Now that he's dead, we'll never know for sure. It's pointless to talk about it any further. Alright, dead men tell no tale after all. Never thought exacting revenge on Master Soren.
Hold it!
So you have no thoughts of vengeance toward Mr. Sprocket whatsoever? Of course not! Selina wouldn't have wanted that. I would throw my life away and leave solely for the sake of the Sprocket family. That's how I show my love for her. Alrighty then.
Well, one thing's for sure. Pierce gets really emotional when it comes to Selena.
No kidding. Not sure how he feels about Soren, but his love for Selena is pretty obvious. So it's gotta be statement number 3. I was always in the company of others. I didn't have an opportunity to murder Gloomsbury. Did he have an opportunity?
Hold it!
So you were always in someone's line of sight? I was surrounded by family members and staff as we prepared for the reception. During the reception, I was stationed behind the sweetheart table to attend to the couple. When could I have possibly committed murder? I'm not buying it. If Pierce is the true killer, then there must have been some time when he was out of everyone's sight.
What do you think, Nick? Is there a chance for us here?
Well, as long as we have some kind of testimony from him, there has to be. I just have to compare his testimony against the evidence. She had yellow roses in that pic. Check the red one. I don't have the red one. And from the angle, he wasn't there either. But yeah, you make a valid point. He had an opportunity during the first first reception. He could have killed him then. That would fit with the timeline. And then he would have hid it inside the lantern and kept a watch on him during the second reception. He was next to the lantern at all times.
Fine, I guess this is it, right?
Exactly. This is it. I have to do this right. Alright. So this is the testimony I have to present evidence against. But I don't have the picture with me that says that we have the red, the one with the red bouquet. But I haven't used this photo of the reception for a while. I need to present proof of the first reception. I do not have that. I'm gonna try the reception photo.
Objection!
Okay, so it worked. Mr. Nickety testified that he was always with someone at the time of the incident, and never had a moment alone to commit the crime.
Yes, and the police investigation backs that statement up, doesn't it?
But there was an opportunity, in fact, one and only one. A moment when Mr. Nickety could have killed Mr. Gloomsbury without anyone noticing. What? And the one thing that made that moment possible is shown here in this photograph. Oh, I see. The fog machine was so much high, he could have taken the timekeeper and nobody would have noticed because there was so much fog in the room. He could have killed the guy in plain sight. Hold it! With all those people watching, I could have possibly committed murder. I do not believe in, Your Honor. This lawyer is a malignant tumor. He wants to infect his whole body with violent accusation. Mr. Nickety, I would ask that you keep quiet this time. We need to evaluate the defense's claim. And your yammering only serves to throw further suspicion your way. Nah. Mr. Wright, let's see this one thing you mentioned. But be warned, this had better not be one of your offhanded claims. Who do you think you're talking to, Mr. Edgeworth?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please point out for us the one thing that made the moment of the murder possible.
Okay. That one moment when it was possible for Mr. Nickety to kill Mr. Bloomsbury. The one thing that made the single moment possible is this. I'm gonna have to point the fog machine.
Take that!
The one thing that made the moment of the murder possible is this thick, smooth fog that engulfed the entire reception hall. It is under the cover of this fog that Mr. Nickety murdered the victim. Now we can see a CG picture of Bloomsbury coming out of the back of the reception while there's a big wall of fog covering everything. And he's behind the cow, slamming him with the timekeeper. Bang! What? Mr. Nickety was standing right next to the lantern that Mr. Bloomsbury was in. This was the only moment the murder could have been committed without being seen.
Objection!
Then he would have put it back inside the lantern.
I can accept that there was a moment when the witness was obscured from other by fog. But that doesn't prove Mr. Nickety killed the victim at that very moment. If you can't prove the crime was committed during the reception, the trial ends here.
I was so caught up in finding a foothold that I forgot to think that far ahead. Well done, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to call this trial time of death.
Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove the murder happened during the reception?
Don't even bother. His claim is dead on arrival. Victory's within your grasp, prosecutor.
Quiet, witness! I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through further deliberation.
Edgeworth. Enough of this! Your Honor, this trial is over!
No, Mr. Nickety, that is for me to decide. Mr. Wright, can you prove it? Can you prove that the murder was committed during the wedding reception?
Why is there no verdict yet? The lawyers obviously out of answers. The prosecutor, the judge, they're all infected. Their malignant stupidity is so advanced, not even the best surgeon can save them. In fact, not even a brain transplant could cure them. This court is infected with idiocy. It's a pandemic.
Objection!
Mr. Nickety, that's enough already. Finally ready to give up, are you? No, just the opposite, actually. I'll prove the murder was committed during the reception. By you! You'll prove it?
Can you really, Mr. Wright?
Yes, I can, Your Honor. To be honest, I don't know exactly how I'll do it just yet, but if I want to get to the truth Edgeworth was talking about, I'll just have to find that way.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's have your proof.
Enough of this foolishness. He's just bluffing. Stop him from speaking, Your Honor.
I will do no thing of the sort.
Rochester District Court Judge with the power of the Sprocket family out.
Enough of your foolishness, Mr. Nickady. This judicial body will not succumb to the influence of money or power. Now then, let's hear it, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your truth.
Think, Phoenix. Remember everything you learned so far. All right, synaptic logic. All right. You can do this. You can find the definite evidence that will lead us to the truth. All right. Think, Phoenix. How can I prove the murder took place during the wedding reception? If Pierce committed the murder during the reception, then he would have to use fixer-upper. Reception photo, the murder weapon. Pierce committed the murder during the reception, he would have to use the murder weapon. The murder weapon that was in the reception hall. The murder weapon was there. The weapon that was used to strike the victim twice. According to the autopsy report, the victim was hit by the same object both times. So without a doubt, Pierce used this to commit the murder. Okay. Next. The weapon used to kill Bloomsbury was the timekeeper. Not the candelabra and not the key of love. If Pierce struck the victim during that one single moment, then he must have used the timekeeper. Come to think of it, wasn't it also used for something else during the reception? During the reception, the timekeeper was also used for the first startup of love, the first taste of love, the cutting of the time machine. No, the first startup of love. It was like the cake cutting ceremony. Like the key of love was there and Alan's pendant was there. So yeah, the timekeeper had to be at the reception hall. Okay. But that far we know. The timekeeper had been activated. The timekeeper had been activated during the reception. If we activate the timekeeper again now and find any trace of evidence of the murder, that will be conclusive proof that Bloomsbury was killed during the reception. Oh, okay, I see now. We have no idea how the timekeeper works. We have no idea what the timekeeper does when activated. Because everybody agrees that this is the murder weapon, but we have no proof, no blood on it. So, like, there is a singular moment when the timekeeper, like, okay, so we need to activate it with the key. And once it's activated, it's going to present us proof that it was killed during the reception, because that way the timekeeper will prove that it was used while it was activated, therefore during the reception. Okay, so that's his law. A special ceremony took place during the reception in question.
What kind of a special ceremony?
It was called the first startup of love. Apparently, the couple activated the timekeeper for the first time during it.
Does that mean the timekeeper here in the evidence isn't activated at the moment?
No.
And what would happen if it were to activate?
Why don't we see for ourselves? It would give us a chance to examine it. And while we're at it, we just might find some conclusive evidence.
What?
No! You can't activate it!
Mr. Nickety, keep quiet or I'll have you thrown out of court. By the way, Mr. Wright, this is supposed to be a time machine, right? We aren't going to travel back in time to the Stone Age or anything, are we?
No, I don't think we I don't think we have to worry too much about that, Your Honor.
I'm still a little nervous nonetheless, but the truth must be known. Very well, go ahead and start up the timekeeper.
Do you know how, Nick?
I think so, maybe. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love when they put them together. How romantic it was. Yeah, I have them both. Let's see. I think the symbol of the groom's love must be the timekeeper itself. What symbol of the bride's love would fit together with the timekeeper? I know, that has to be it.
Mr. Wright, are you ready to activate the time machine now?
Yes, Your Honor. The symbol of the bride's love that's necessary for activating the timekeeper is Ellen's pendant and the key of love. I'm going to present the key of love first.
Take that!
Once we set this in place, we can activate the timekeeper.
Set in place where? It doesn't look like it fits anywhere.
You don't... Oh, okay, I get it now. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, shit. The timekeeper is missing a gear. It's Ellen's pendant. You put the pendant here, and then you can insert the key inside the pendant. I just noticed that the tip of the key is triangular shape, and there's a hole shaped like a triangle in the middle of the pendant. That's where the key fits. Okay, so we need Ellen's pendant first, and then put the key of love then. Like daddy into mommy. Not even if we kind of jam it in.
Mr. Wright, you know what's coming, don't you?
A penalty, Your Honor?
A penalty. I'm glad you understand. That will save us some time.
Alright. Better take another good look at what I've got to work with. The bride's love that's necessary for activating the timekeeper is Ellen's pendant.
Take that!
Miss Wyatt's pendant is the symbol of the bride's love that is necessary for activating the timekeeper.
What? Then does that mean you can start it up with Miss Wyatt's pendant?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Very well, please try it now, Mr. Wright.
Okay, here I go. But first, I have to figure out where the pendant goes. There's a gear right here. Can I zoom in? Yeah, there's even a triangular shape here. Okay, so I put the gear in. This is the keyhole, and then I turn it, the gear turns, and something inside the timekeeper is going to open. So I'm going to examine this slot. This hole looks like a good spot. I'll try setting the pendant in here. Connect. It fits. This must be the right spot. Now I have to find a place to insert the key. Inside here. This hole in the middle of the pendant. Could this be it? And then we make the gears turns. Yeah, it fits. Then you wind it up. Clang, 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 clang. Gears are moving. Oh! There are some clock needles. Fuck! Okay, so the front, the timekeeper is a blimp. The nose are basically time needles. When you activate it, it goes back in time, and then the lid pops up, and we see a doll of the bride and groom, happily married with the time where they've been married. But there's a blood stain and a cracked window on it. But it's been covered by the lid. So this is conclusive evidence all along. Because once it's activated, we can see the time when the murder occurred, because it's a clock. It stopped at 7 minutes before 10. No, wait. 7 minutes before 2 in the morning. No, that doesn't make sense. Oh, wait, the clock is still working then. Because it would make sense that right now the time would be 1:52 in the afternoon. So yeah, this is the murder weapon, absolutely. There's blood on it. So yeah, it could only have been used during the reception. The timekeeper has been activated. Now all I have to do is find proof that the crime was committed during the reception. Yeah, Soren, the figurine of Soren has fallen. Ellen moved, and he's holding the yellow bouquet, so this is the blood. I think I found it. Conclusive evidence that the murder was committed during the wedding reception. Just as I suspected, there's evidence of the murder inside the timekeeper, Mr. Nickety. The timekeeper was only activated and opened during the wedding reception, right? No! Stop! So that means this is conclusive proof that the crime was committed during the reception. Ah! And one of the gears hit him in the face. After you killed the victim under the cover of fog, you closed the timekeeper to hide the bloodstain, didn't you? Timekeeper updated in the court record. The activated timekeeper. It's obvious it was in this state when it was used on the victim. No! You're wrong! Ellen killed Bloomsbury! It wasn't me, I tell you!
Objection!
Give it up, Mr. Nickety. How could the defendant, who was in the middle of pledging her love, have possibly committed the murder with everyone watching her?
It was the family! Yes, all the family members conspired together to kill him!
Objection!
There's no way you can talk your way out of this, Mr. Nickety. During the reception, during that one dreamlike moment, only one person could have used the timekeeper to beat the victim to death. And that one person was you, Pierce Nickety! Yeah. Okay, so this is where he breaks down. One of the gear fell on his face. Okay, he's gonna flatline. No, this isn't over yet. I won't give up. Yeah, ink is flooding. No, I cut the artery, this stupid thing. We must stop the bleeding now. Give me forceps. Forceps, I said. Hey, where is everyone? Fine, I'll manage this alone. I'll do it all by myself. I can't fix everything and repair anything. I have to get better. You have to live. You must. I would have been able to save her. If only I'd listened to her. I only treated her first. If only that Soren hadn't been there. Selena. No. He fainted. Yeah, we have flashes of Selena in the background. Phoenix, da-da-da. Judge, da-da-da.
Witness, are you finally ready to tell us the truth?
It's just as the lawyer deduced. So it was all a revenge scheme against Soren Sprocket? Pierce, da-da-da. Do you have any idea how hard it is to lose someone you love right in front of you? Selena's condition was clearly more critical than Soren's, but in spite of that, she said, "Please help Soren." Miss Sprocket's last words. So that's what she really meant by those words. I was able to grant her wish, but at the price of her life. So you got a job with Sprocket Aviation and waited for your chance to get revenge. You got close to Mr. Gloomsbury and hatched this plot, is that right? Gloomsbury already bore a grudge against Soren. So when I tempted him with in an even better position, he immediately took the bait.
He was your accomplice, someone who shared the same goal as you. Why was it necessary for you to kill him?
I didn't expect Soren to strike Gloomsbury out of the Vista deck. And I certainly never imagined he would make his way there along the outside wall. Soren's love is the real deal after all. My plan had been compromised, so for the time being, I hid his body in the lantern and tried to think of my next move. And then Mr. Gloomsbury came during the second wedding reception. As soon as I saw Gloomsbury, I instantly hit upon an idea to pin the blame on Gloomsbury's murder on Ellen.
You tried to break up the couple by making the bride up to be a murderer. How despicable!
Soren was getting the company and a wedding. Both things that were supposed to be Selena's. He took every happiness from her. Who's the despicable one here?
Do you think that what you did would make her happy?
I know it wouldn't. But I couldn't just stand by, watching Soren enjoy his happiness. I was going to have Soren taste the same pain I had, and then take over Sprocket Aviation. I would take back from him all of the happiness that was rightfully Selena's. Phoenix Edgewood Time stopped for me the day I lost her. Just like this pocket watch of hers. Hold it! Pierce! Miss Wyatt? I believe Selina would have said, leave this ill will behind. Your time is yours to live. It's too late for me. Time will never advance for me ever again. Click. What? It can't be. It's working again?! I see now, Selina. What I did was wrong. Holds the pocket watch against his heart.
I see no further need to continue this trial. Bailiff, please take Mr. Nickety away.
Pierce Nickety, another inconsolable time traveler, who lived in time that stood still.
Now then, I must render my verdict regarding the defendant.
Soren is here too. Your Honor, before you give your ruling, would you please allow me a moment?
Very well.
Well then, there's something I need to say to you. Yes, Soren? I've put you through something truly horrible. This whole thing happened all because of me. I would understand if you wanted to call off our marriage. What?! Of course not! I never once done that! If you stay with me, you'll only face even more trying times in the future. What do you mean? The truth of this incident and the car accident before it. I'm going to tell the public everything. And then I expect the company's reputation will suffer, and I'll take a lot of criticism. But I feel I can only really start over once I get everything out in the open. Soren! After all that's happened, I might not have the right to ask you this, but, well, how should I say this? Maybe I'll just write it down. Store it down. A life with me probably won't be very easy, but will you marry me? Yes! Yes, of course! Your Honor, thank you for this time. Please continue with your ruling.
Very well, but first I have one question. Do the two of you pledge your eternal love for each other to the goddess of justice, Demas?
Is it gonna be a civil wedding? It's gonna be a civil wedding right now, right? The judge is gonna pronounce them husband and wife? I do, Your Honor. I do!
Does the prosecution or the defense have any objections? Well done, Your Honor. No objections here.
The defense has no objection either, Your Honor.
This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Oh, no, that's not right. This court finds the defendant, Ellen Sprocket, not guilty. And I declare them husband and wife. As a double whammy. Boom.
Edgeworth is tapping his finger.
This court is adjourned.
But yeah, they're already married, that's why. Like, technically, like, even, like, there was a reception, technically they're already married. September 23rd, 11:36 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Ellen, Soren, congratulations. Mr. Wright, I can't thank you enough. If you hadn't exposed the truth, Soren and I we wouldn't... Now you can finally start your new life together, right? Oh, thank you! Mr. Wright, we'll be holding our real wedding ceremony in the near future. Would you do us the honor of coming to it? I want you to witness our fresh start. Of course! I wouldn't miss it for the world. And now then, this time it'll finally be happily ever after, right? Oh yes! The two of you have persevered and overcome this trial together. Now, no matter what obstacle come your way, I'm sure you'll be able to handle them. And then there's another thing I'm sure of too. This person will always be watching over the two of you. Yeah, the sister. Selena Sprocket. Selena, yes, I think you're right. And we promise to live life to the fullest for Selena's sake too. Right, Soren? That's right. Well, we better be on our way. Yes, my love. Ooh! Now he grabs her in newlywed stance. He just grabbed Soren just grabbed Ellen. Is he gonna fly? Yeah, the wings are retracted. He's gonna fly. He's gonna fly with his bride on his arm. Wow, the old threshold carry, huh? Yeah, way to show off. We'll be seeing you. Goodbye for now. I'll be looking forward to that wedding. Hold on tight, Ellen. You better believe I will. I'm never letting you go. Up, up, and away! Woo! And there they go. Oh, this is probably Athena. You're not thinking of going to that wedding by yourself, are you, boss? And then there's Maya as well.
You're taking us too, right?
Oh boy, I bet there's gonna be all kinds of fancy food here. Athena, when did you get here? Just now. Would have been there to cheer you guys on earlier, but Trucy never gave me a chance to slip away. You're going to be in even bigger trouble with her later. Speaking of the wedding, maybe I should ask them to invite Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth? Really? Why? He thought Ellen was guilty all the way to the end.
That may be true, but... Don't even bother, his claim is dead on arrival. Victory is within our grasp, prosecutor.
Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through further deliberation.
If he hadn't stood up for us when he did, the trial probably would have ended there.
You mean Mr. Edgeworth gave us that chance?
Maybe. Though, knowing him, I doubt he would ever tell, even if I asked.
Well, if that's how you feel about it, Nick, then why not try to get him invited?
Hey, Maya! Have you ever tried to catch the bouquet?
What? No.
I never have either. Fighting over a bouquet has been tossed by the bride. Talk about a fierce competition. I'm totally stoked.
I'm not sure it's really supposed to be all that competitive.
I'm a pretty good jumper, so I think I've got a chance. She's definitely missing the point of the whole thing. And Larry, how did you manage to stay so quiet for so long? Shut up! Wishing the lady you fell in love with every happiness is what a real man does. Pretty sure that relationship was over before it even began, Larry. Darn it all! If only I was 10 years younger, things would have gone differently. Hands of time, why won't you turn back for me? September 30th, 9:20 a.m. Sprocket Park, Morandock. So the marriage happened one week later. Today is an end of Soren's third wedding ceremony and reception. Shit! Third time's the charm. I heard the bride and groom insisted on be the flying chapel again. In the end, they were nice enough to invite me and Maya. And the Tina kind of invited herself. They also invited Edward, Emma, and even Larry. They say third time's the charm, right? I really do hope it's happily ever after from them this time around. Still, I get the feeling it's going to be one rowdy party. Is there going to be a cutscene?
Ready
Yes.
when you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So everybody,
Here we
all the girls, the touring of the bouquet, Athena, Emma, and Maya are trying to get it.
Huh?
Oh, Larry got it.
Hey! Look who's next!
Larry got it.
Huh?
Edward says no. Now the girls are pissed. Everybody's running after him.
Haven't you ever heard of ladies' first times?
I'm truly blessed to have you.
Alright. Okay, that was cute. The end. Alright. So yeah, Larry grabbed the bouquet and all the girls ran after him.